Again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Frankie Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Frankie Rose.
Good morning, tankers. Oh, scary witch look. I don't know about you guys, but yesterday was exhausting when it came to the Audrey Cunningham case. They have found her and they are expected to be giving capital charges to this arsehole that they suspect did this to her. So unreal. May she rest in peace. So I have the courtroom up, and there is not a lot happening, but they've also been bringing up this U-Haul. So I thought, you know what? Maybe we'll see what's happening with that for a couple minutes, because look at this recovery. Like, it is amazing. I've been looking for better feed. This one's a little sketchy. Wow. I'll see if this is any better. There we are. So what happened here? I woke up and they were pulling a U-Haul out. What the hell? Hey, P9. Good morning, Shauna. Up bright and early. You know, there's so many different times as to what's going on with the Adam Montgomery case. So I thought in the meantime, hey, good morning, Cindy. I thought in the meantime, we'll watch them pull a U-Haul out of I'm not even sure where this is right now, to be honest with you. I just seen the U-Haul and went, what? So it looks like is that an airbag beside, what is beside those men there? How did this thing end up in the water? Oh, P9. Whoa. I slept in. I got up about an hour ago. Do you have any idea what's going on with this? I'll have to yeah. What the hell? Like, it doesn't look like, was this intentional? Because this doesn't look like an easy boo-boo, unless there's a ramp there that I haven't seen. And what's that other vehicle there? Like, was there an accident? A lot of debris. Oh, damn, there is a car in there. You guys. Wow. Thank you so much, P9. The flagpole is still up in the courtroom, so what the hell are we looking at?
Mike, they're in their headline rundown. Should be coming up in about 2 or 3 minutes here. Chris,
Oh, it's a cop car?
Fire department confirmed that it was the driver of the U-Haul that was transported. Indiana State Police will not admit any involvement in a chase.
What the hell is going on here? U-Haul driver taken to the hospital. Good morning, Copper Horse. Not sure what's happening here. I was setting up for, Adam Montgomery, and I seen a U-Haul getting hauled out, so what the hell happened here? And it looks like there's a cop car down there as well. And they just said that, the driver was taken by ambulance from the U-Haul. And there is nothing happening in the courtroom right now. We're staring at a flagpole, so crews work to remove a U-Haul truck and a cruiser in the Little Calumet River. Wow. What the hell? Sorry about the squeaks and blibbles. That's on their side.
All right, going to weather.
I think everybody's using the same footage. Okay, yeah, that's all I'm finding too. Thank you very much, P9. So there's a cruiser and a U-Haul in the drink. So we're just watching this while we're waiting for something to budge in the courtroom for Adam Montgomery. Wow. Wow. You guys. Whoa. Does anyone know how the U-Haul and the car ended up in the drink? Good Lord. Little Calumet River. Ooh, another dark, dark waterway. Look at that. You don't want to end up in here. Their feet is choppy. Oh, Cropper horse. Thank you. A man was taken to hospital after a stolen U-Haul truck crashed into the Little Calumet River during a police chase. So the cop car ended up in there the same way, I'm assuming. This guy might need to be going back to get fuel. Let's see here. Okay, well, it's looking like they're going back for fuel. So while I check that out, we will just add this for now, and I will continue to see if there's anything else on this. Like, what? So everywhere I look, they're also just showing this flagpole. Oh, they said the driver of the U-Haul tried to escape by swimming away. The dive teams had to rescue him, and he's in critical condition. Oh, my word. Very sad news about Audrey. Yeah. You know, sadly, we did expect this. It's just when you actually absolute heartbreak. Family are in my thoughts and prayers. I don't know how that guy ended up in that house. It beats me how that guy ended up on with access to that child because he's got a record. You almost have to run people before you get to know them, right? It's sad the way this world is right now. It's a sad, sad thing. Another look, another vantage point. So Copper Horse was telling us this morning that the cops were chasing a stolen U-Haul van, and somehow they ended up in the drink. And it sounds like the U-Haul driver tried to swim away and has ended up in the hospital because, I don't know, rivers have currents. Look at this. Like, what kind of fool would try and swim away? Where do you think you're going, buddy? Like, unless you're a fish, you have no chance once you hit the water like that. Now, they got you. That's the link to the video I was watching. Awesome. Thank you so much, Copper Horse. Like, what? What happened with the officer? Like, how did his vehicle? Did he just thought, okay, if he's going that way, I'll just chase him? Blup. How did he end up in there? Did they drive across the tracks there and they just went straight in? I'm not quite understanding how they've ended up in this particular position, but wow. What you don't see first thing in the morning, eh? So yes, Audrey Cunningham has been found, and sadly, she was in the water. But the family has her, so there's that. And now capital M charges against the dickwad who took her. Yeah. So it's not live anymore. Wow. Look at that. So I'm not sure. Do we know how the cop car ended up there? Did they drive through? Like, is that a T intersection that I'm just not seeing the rest of? Good morning there, Shauna. Yeah. You can't catch me. No, 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 no. Can't catch me. Wow. What dumb criminals don't try to pull off. Mm, unreal. So, still staring at the flagpole, guys. My eyes are on it. Can't catch this. No, 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 no. Can't catch this. Like, dumbass. Oh, yeah, don't sugarcoat it, Frankie. No, don't sugarcoat it. So what do you think is going to happen this morning? Closing arguments, or do you think the defense is actually going to have something to say? I don't know which way it's going to go. I'm almost thinking they're not going to say anything. Like, what can they say when you're defending a guy like Adam Montgomery? What can you actually say that's going to help him? The guy didn't help himself. Just a POS. And I'm sure 95% of us believe that Adam is the person who did this. Yeah, staring at the chair. The chair, will it get convicted or won't it? How many people were feeling sorry for that lonely little chair? Just like, what? Good morning, Carrie. Do I sound perky? I tell you what. Yeah, defending a chair. Damn that chair. After yesterday, after the press conference about Audrey, honestly, I decompressed last night. I watched silly things on TV and tried to put my head into a different space because that was a hard one. Very, very hard. And again, thank you to Grizzy's Hood News for allowing us to use her footage. I like the way some of these creators will actually work with you, not against you, and I appreciate it. As you all know, usually I will phone the person, not phone, but message or contact the person before I use their content. And so far, there's only been one person that didn't respond, and with him, I'm not surprised, but everybody else is more than happy, so I really, really do appreciate them. I don't generally do it unless they are feet on the ground, so I can get a different view for you guys. That's basically what it's about, is giving you guys the most up-to-date information as possible. Oh, she was born with that, friend. She was actually born with one blind eye. But I understand why your head would definitely go there. Good morning again to all who entered while I'm walking my dogs. You're a good doggy mama. Good on you. My dogs go out in the backyard and chase each other and bark at leaves and stuff. Okay, well, Well, it looks like the barricade is broken. So this, do you just make like a sharp right? Into the drink I go? I think I'll swim. Jeez, guys. And the courtroom is still a flagpole. I'm glad I sound perky because I don't feel it. I'm just like, sleepy chick. So this was this morning. No fence. That makes sense. Yeah. 1000%. Still a good doggy mama. Okay, there we go. So that showed us a little bit. There is a road there, so that they just go right through. That makes more sense. Good day, mate. Good to see you. We're just waiting for court to start up here. And in the meantime, we're watching them. Oh, look at that. Is that? Okay, these roads are confusing me a little bit. Did they go under? Well, we're just trying to figure that out. I woke up to set up for Adam, and I found them dragging a U-Haul out of the river. Now, it sounds like it was stolen, and it was in the middle of a cop chase or a police chase. Look at that river. Whoa, it's a big one. So I guess the driver, once he got his U-Haul into the drink, decided he was going to try and swim away. That's what you get, stupid criminals, right? It's just like, are you kidding me already, people? Like, okay, so the road did go underneath, so they probably went straight through. Good Lord. But why is that barricade bent like that? I'm not figuring it out. Truckers gone dumb. This is why I feel rental trucks are bad. People can't drive them. It's true. Okay, there we are. Like, what the hell? Yeah, there's a police car and a U-Haul truck in there. No, 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 no. Can't catch this. No, 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 no. Just wow. Stupid criminals. I mean, if you're going to be a criminal, at least be a good one. There's some advice. Oh, creepy white van in the parking lot. Spidey senses are tingling. Good morning, Charlotte. We are watching them pull a U-Haul and a cruiser out of the drink. Oh, that makes sense, Douglas. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. They're used to driving on opposite lanes and all sorts of things. I'm still on my first cup of coffee. Yeah, it was stolen. The guy stole the U-Haul. Ended up in the Calumet River and then tried to swim away. But yeah, you can rent them. That's Is it U-Haul a hired vehicle? It's a rental. And this one's a stolen. Yeah, another series for dumb criminals. What makes you think that you can drive into a fast-moving river and then you can just, swim away? And then I guess he got himself into trouble and they had to take him to the hospital because he didn't fare well with that swim. Good Lord. Mm. So it's a stolen rental as such. Blimey. I've often wondered, is it like a burner phone for vehicles? Oh, I bet. I mean, that makes sense. Makes total sense. Yeah, a U-Haul boat. I'm surprised they haven't come up with that yet. I really am. That's something I'm surprised they haven't caught on to. Should start one up. Yeah, it makes sense that it would be tourists that end up in trouble on the streets because they're used to driving on different roadways, steering wheel on the opposite side. I met a kid, well, I knew a kid, I'd only met him a couple times through my friend's son, and he came back from, I can't remember when, or where he was holidaying, but he was there for like 6 months or something, and their roads were on the opposite end or opposite sides and the steering wheels and what have you. And he got back and the fool was drinking, got into his car and started driving on the wrong side of the road and killed 5 people. Like, don't drink and drive. And if you've been in another country for any length of time that you're used to now driving on the opposite side, be careful with what you're doing. Pay attention because it's something that can happen. And don't drink and drive. I guess the prototype of U-Haul, the Germans got there first with the U-boat. Fatigue and speed and critters were the major cause. Yeah. Yeah. The male person has a seat on the opposite side of a car than normally. Oh, really? Really, really? All right. Yeah. I don't know how he ended up in there yet. I'm still kind of waiting to hear how the cruiser ended up in there. Is it like monkey see, monkey do type thing? Jeez, guys, I'm getting all sorts of things going off right now. That could be what happened. I just haven't figured out what the hell. How did that cop end up in there too? But that could very, very well be it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what a kamikaze move. Just like, "What?" Yeah, there was some different things happening this morning, but last night, but I needed to shut down after they found, Audrey for a little while, just needed for my head to go into a different zone. You try very, very hard not to let these things affect you, but they're always going to, right? So, yeah, I watched some mindless stuff last night and, let my head go somewhere else. We will be finding out soon, I'm sure, what her COD was, and charges should be coming for, oh, what is that guy? Again, Don McDougal, I think? Yeah, Don Stephen McDougal, the guy that was living in the backyard of the family's home in some kind of, I don't know, camper or trailer of some sort. Has all those, neo tattoos all over him. Yeah, that was sad. Always sad to remove yourself, especially with kids. Yeah, it's hard for all of us, isn't it? So, yeah, take a little bit of time to decompress and on to the next, right? And even for you guys, you mods, like, you're with me all the time. I've got great mods, and you guys are always, always with me. So, you guys are exactly the same. I mean, we do have to remove ourselves a little bit. And we are covering a few cases, and none of them are good right now. A lot of them are involving kids. You know, Harmony Montgomery's the perfect example. You know, we go from finding Audrey passed away to Harmony Montgomery, straight from one to back to the other one. And again, children, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard when you have babies around. You can't help but just look around at these precious little souls and grr. Yeah. I fear that bastard in his mind was a relationship of sorts with dear Audrey, unbeknownst to her, of course. This extends their permission base and they gather an ownership in their mind. Wow. Was in a relationship of sorts with dear Audrey. Unbeknownst to her, of course. I mean, we've heard of that happening before, haven't we? You're right, Charlotte. Mm. Yeah. Is there anything in that U-Haul? I wonder what could be in that thing. Is it empty? I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. Yeah, I'm just looking around to see if there's any information on Harmony, and not right now. Everyone's staring at the flagpole. Stolen U-Haul in the drink. Mm-hmm. Just wow. Yeah, really good question, Shauna. I don't understand how that came to barsted. Yeah. Barsted. I like it. Barsted. Dud. Just dud. Barstud. So are we going to get closing statements, do you think? Yeah, there are a lot of cops there. Holy crap, eh? Barsted.
Wait. Council approach for just a minute.
I'm just going to refresh this. Oh, there it was. Just kicked in as I So they are having their first hoedown with the judge. So we will be finding out what's going on. My God. Okay, so what are we going to have here? Are we going to have the defense take a try at this, or are we going to get closing arguments? What is going on? Rest in peace, dear Harmony. Let's hope this bastard goes down. What did he say? That he hated her? No. You go away. How do you hate that little face? How do you hate any child? Fry his butt. You know, I'm like all of y'all. Like when it comes to harming children, no go. No second chances. Eye for an eye. Like how beautiful, how beautiful. You could tell she just wanted to please. I think I might have really hurt her this time. That's what he said. And did he take that U-Haul and dispose of her? Most likely, right? No. This is what this case is about. This little girl here, Harmony Montgomery. This isn't about that asshole. This is about Harmony. And I hope everybody that's in the jury can see through anything that Elaine has tried to push, which isn't much. She doesn't have much of a defense. But this little girl was taken by a monster, and the monster was her own father. Daddy. Meet Daddy. Adam Montgomery. What's a tear? We know what teardrops mean. Why has he got one? Because he had this when he was young. This picture here is Adam with his teardrop, Harmony, and Kelsey Small, who sadly passed away. We've seen her grandfather on the last day of testimony. We seen the grandfather on the stand and was talking about his beautiful granddaughter. Beautiful she was. Daddy. This is how he entered court the first day. His tongue hanging out of his face. Big smile. You guys. She was only allowed to live until she was 5 years old. Eye for an eye. Will Adam ever face court, or will he only do the video judge session? I don't know. There is a DP in the state, Douglas, but because they have not found her, They can't go for the DP is my understanding. Yeah, unable, or that's my understanding that it's they're unable to put that because they do not have her complete remains. And if the things were used like saws and blenders, like were kind of explained at the beginning of this, she's not going to be found. Just the DNA, and they have a lot of that. But I don't know. I think that they're saying there was not enough to give him capital punishment. So do I. So do I. Yep. Yep. Evil. Yeah, Daddy Dearest, aka the devil. Yep. And the lengths he took to cover his crime, he's horrid. Even if there's plenty of evidence, that's what I say too. But they're saying no. I think the most he can get is life. That's my understanding. So is Lizzie growling? Or who's making those noises and why? Is this all for a cookie? Just Jazzy, of course it is. All for a cookie. Here. Her newest snack is puff wheat. Oh, no. No, 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 no. If she had it came out for any other reason to save her than to save her ass, I would have had more respect. But that doesn't mean that I don't believe her. I may not like her, but I think for the most part, I believe her testimony. She may have whittled it down a little bit, but like her involvement, she may have, but I don't think she did the deed. I think that was Adam Montgomery. You know, even after, I think her name was Kelsey, right? Even after she passed, due to these kind of activities, these addictions, he didn't change his actions. Nothing changed. I have not once seen any kind of grief on his face for anybody, not even for himself as of this point. He's just indignant. Yeah, it wasn't me. No, wasn't me. Mm-mm. Well, and that's the thing. They usually do segregate these guys. So that, look, they try to protect them in jail. They do their best. And it's like, why? But that's the way it goes. No. No, I agree with you, Shauna. I believe most of it, but she is not a good person to allow your children, to allow that around your children. No. And she bred with this guy. Like, they brought more life into this world. It was a big sidebar, big hoedown. What is today, by the way? Wednesday. Okay. Good Lord. With the holiday on Monday, I'm just a little confused. Yes, he did. Yes, she did. Where's everyone going? Oh? Where's everybody going? What? What? No judge, no defense. And I think I see a lawyer over in that far left corner there. What? Yeah, I got what? Okay, I think both of the like the state, they're both there. We got Slim Man in the corner there, and then we got the other guy on the. Thank you. Thank you, P9. We'll look at this for a minute. Amber alert issued for missing 8-month-old baby girl.
Hosting for
Opening a bank.
Thank you so much, P9. So for you guys in Florida,
news is that we are following this morning. An Amber Alert has been issued in Broward County. You probably got that loud alert on your phone. Authorities say 8-month-old Amelia Martinez was last seen yesterday in Davie. That's a picture of what she looks like. She might be with the woman that you see here, Eris Martinez. She's 34 years old. We're still working to find out how they might be connected or related. If you see either of them, please call 911.
all right. Amber Alert issued for an 8-month-old baby on Wednesday that was last seen on Broward County. The missing baby, Amelia Martinez, is described as a white child with brown eyes and brown hair. She is about 1 foot 11 inches. It is said she may be in company with her 34-year-old Eris Martinez in an unknown vehicle. The exact location of the missing child, she was seen the 49,000 block of Southwest 148th Avenue in Davie, Florida. Anybody with information can contact the Davie Police Department at 954-693-8200 or please call 911. According to the Davie Police, Eris Martinez is the girl's mother, and that both parents recently had their parental rights terminated. Police say the baby was dropped off at Little Hands in Learning on Tuesday at 11 a.m., and she was picked up by her father, Jacob Howard, around 1:40 p.m. Police believe Howard passed the baby off to an unknown person, probably her mother. Another Florida Amber Alert was canceled in January after 2 missing Lake County girls ages 1 and 5 were found safe in Louisiana. They were also found in the custody of their mother, Dixie Williams, who was taken into custody on charges of kidnapping. So thank you so much for that update. We'll watch this for a couple more minutes. And share that out, people, if you don't mind, friends. Yeah. Another missing child. Prayers up that she comes home safe. It does. It does. Yeah, the state wants the baby back. Prayers for all involved. Yeah. Thank you for that, P9. So anybody in the Florida area that may know this woman or know where she may be, please, please let somebody know. Babies are very seldom taken away for no reason. Very, very seldom does it happen that it's a boo-boo. And I'm just trying to see if there's anything else.
Confirmed that the suspect involved in this case has died. He was pulled from the river by Chicago firefighters after jumping into the Little Calumet River after being chased by Hammond police in a U-Haul. You can really get a good view from the scene here, or of the scene rather, from Skycam 9. This all happening around 4:30 this morning. That U-Haul truck you see there, we are told, was stolen in Hammond. The driver was being pursued by Hammond police when he drove it into the water. He tried to swim away. 2 Hammond police officers jumped in to try and get him, but it was divers with the Chicago Fire Department that got the body out of the water. The officers were not hurt. Obviously, this story continues to develop here this morning, and we will continue to follow up with it. For now, we are live at 130th and South Indiana on the far.
Okay, so that is the outcome. He tried to swim away. Can you imagine? Not so much luck. Jesus. No. No. I'm not surprised. I'm not really, I can't say I'm surprised. He got out of the vehicle and tried to swim to get away. Access denied. I'm so sorry. I've been chasing my puppy. She stole my headphones from my ear. An ambush. You were ambushed. So, yeah, he was in a high-speed chase with officers. He had stolen the U-Haul. Don't know what's in the back of it yet. Once he got in the water, he tried to swim away and didn't succeed. He ended up as a floater, and he's been declared dead. Now, how the cop car ended up in there, I'm still not sure. Monkey see, monkey do, as I don't know. How'd you end up in that water, buddy? Like, it looks like they were supposed to be turning right and missed it. Is that what happened? Dark out, and they both missed the corner? Because that rail guard. Yep, a floater. Good Lord, Martha. So I'm not sure what the courthouse is doing. Everybody left. I'll keep watching for an update as far as that goes, too. Oh, that could be. Yeah. Yeah. I know that they're pulling the cop car out first. Yeah, the footage is a bit choppy. Stop breathing into your lens, buddy. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, that could be. Try to pit maneuver. They both ended up in the drink. I am keeping my eyes peeled in the courtroom as well. And let's hope that they find that little one from Florida fine. That was a pit maneuver. All right. Is that why the guardrail, you think, is all screwed up? Is he slid that way? Or am I mistaken and this is just their link on there to grab that U-Haul? Could be that. Monkey see, monkey do. I hope not. So why did the court not tell us what's going on? I'm almost thinking that there's a possibility that we are going to oh, that makes sense. I think they might be doing closing arguments, maybe preparing for those. So yeah, that is the guardrail, is it not? Or is that their I think that's a guardrail. I know. What? Oh, here it comes. I think they got it. Up, up, up. I think I would have liked to have worked on a big unit like that to pull vehicles out. I did enjoy working on working in the oil field, working on big trucks, working in the trucks, keeping them running and doing the job. It was sketchy. It was 24/7 high risk, and for whatever reason, I really enjoyed that. It's good for adrenaline junkies, what I was doing. If you are an adrenaline junkie, work on a big truck. Might not seem like it would be full of adrenaline, but trust me, it is. Anything from driving to get to a location and then the stuff you have to do when you get to the location. Definitely enough to get your endorphins going. Yeah, I did like that. I only did it the one time, but I did like it, I have to tell you. And I'd probably do that again. My child's all grown up. I would probably do it again at this age now. It's the adrenaline stuff, you know. It's probably why well, I know my specific reason for liking true crime. I know what that is. Um, and it's very much adrenaline. Yeah, not for everybody. That's for sure. When I went, there was something like 18, 19 of us that were supposed to go. It was an office, all of our office, a lot of our office, and then friends, right? And we were all going to do this jump, our first jump together. Well, when the day came, there was just me and one other guy that showed up. Nobody showed up but us two. And yeah, it was pretty awesome. They give you a little class on how to set up to do your jump. They teach you how to pack your gear. You get on the plane and you inch yourself across the wing and you let go. That's it. They teach you how to put hand over hand so you can go from the inside of the plane, get onto the wing, and then you put one hand over another until you're at the very, very far end of that wing. And like I said, you just let go. Well, it's funny because I do get, oh, the word's not going to come to me. Like when I'm in a high, if I'm on a high, like a mountain and there's a cliff, I feel like I'm getting pulled over. I can't remember what that is called. I have to sit so I don't feel like a magnet is pulling me over. And, you know, my fear level is it takes a lot, which, you know, is not necessarily a good thing, but it does enable you to do certain things like jump from planes and do the work I did. You didn't like that? I've never tried it and I would like it. But, you know, as a person's getting older, you know, your kids have to grow up and be secure before you're willing to take chances with yourself like this again. And my son's doing really well. I'm proud of him, proud of where he's at. And I know now that if anything happened to me, he'll be fine. He's good. So this is where I would start, you know, maybe doing things a little bit, you know, a little bit more adrenaline filled again. And I'm not much for getting in trouble with the police. I don't like that. I've never had it. I'd just rather not. Okay, that is, I think, something that's gonna help pull them out that's hooked onto the front of that U-Haul. I think that's what it is. But yeah, as you get older too, your body starts to get a little more fragile. And so I've wanted to try bungee jumping. I've heard New Zealand is the place to go. Oh, it's cracking up. What a great reason to go. Oh, did you? I got to participate in SWAT training growing up. Now that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah. I was my uncle was a bad guy. And a couple of times in life, they had the SWAT team circle his houses. And it's like, oh my God. Oh, there he is on the news. Oh, look at that. Looks like he's in trouble again. Like, oh. And sadly, I lived in the same town as him. So when this stuff happened, my phone started ringing and you know, he did bad things. Oh, nice. You like the adrenaline too. I mean, that, of course, I expected. I thought you would be an adrenaline junkie. Do you still help the fire department, P9? I got my confined space and entry. And then I had, I think it was level 1 first aid, industrial first aid. When I was working, I needed a lot of different tickets when I was in the in the oil field. You have to have an H2S and a WMIS, which is basically, it covers anything that has to do with toxins. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Look at the thin man in Elaine. She'd be huffing his armpits. They can't date. I just worked out, honey. Give me a hug. Yeah. Oh, you guys, I'm just a mess. So what do you think we're going to get? Closing arguments? Look at those two. Oh my God, what? What? Are we looking at closing arguments? Give me a hug, dear. We got movement anyways. We just don't know where. Okay. What is going on? Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys. I am just okay, Shauna. Thank you so much. So are they getting ready for closing arguments? You guys, you guys, you guys. So why are all of those evidence pieces still sitting in that corner? Is this just for a show? I am really curious now. So I'm not surprised that they didn't bring that fridge in, because if I remember correctly, and I had forgotten this, it's been a while, but the fridge that they took out of that, I can't remember who, I think it was an apartment or house, whichever it was, I'm sorry, was not the same one that was in there when Adam Montgomery lived there. That particular fridge had been replaced quite a bit of time beforehand. So the fridge that they brought out was not going to be evidence. It was not there when this happened. Well, good morning, Dandy. Yeah. Safe place to store it. Are we talking about that fridge or the evidence? Dandy, you haven't missed much. They came in this morning. They talked at the bench for a couple of minutes. And then we looked at the flagpole for quite a while. And instead of looking at the flagpole, we watched them bring out that, start to bring out the U-Haul in that cop car. And we did find out that the driver of that U-Haul ended up as a floater, didn't make it. He tried to escape by swimming through that river. Okay, where are the lawyers going again? Oh, okay, Elaine's back. Okay. Well, hello, Melissa. Good morning, Mel. So yeah, previous to this, we were watching. Okay, but they only used it at the very beginning, didn't they? And then it's just kind of sat there. Do you think they'll use it in their closing arguments? Back away from the buttons. My word. Oh, I'm glad you were a good sport, Melissa. When something like that happens, it's a boo-boo. We don't act all friendly and then delete you. No. I'm glad you understood. Poor Tony, he got nailed that one day. And he didn't understand that this is just something the think tank does every once in a while. Yeah, we do make boo-boos periodically. And we admit.
Please be seated.
Oh. I'm going to push mute, guys.
I give you a draft instruction. Satisfactory, Judge. Okay, satisfactory to the state?
It is, Your Honor.
Council approach.
Again? Sidebar. Did we find out what was in that big bag? Was I busy doing something and missed it? Do you think it's opening statements, guys? I do. I don't think they would have gone through all of this. Oh, good morning, my friend. How do they convict the chair if the chair's not there? So will he have to be there when it comes to sentencing and the charges?
All ready? All right, we're ready. Yes. All rise for the jurors, please.
Here we go. Me too, friend. Me too. Good morning, JJ.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just have a preliminary matter I want to address with you. The court is aware that posters and other items related to this case have been placed in areas around the courthouse. I remind you that your verdict in this case must be based exclusively on the evidence that is presented in this case. That includes evidence presented during the trial and what you saw on The View. Just as you were instructed that you could not consider any television, newspaper, online, or other coverage of this case, you may not use or consider any information that may be posted or found outside the courthouse, other than on The View, in coming to your verdict. Attorney Smith, does the defense wish to present any evidence?
No, Your Honor, defense rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense has
Whoa.
now rested, so it is time for closing arguments. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. Those were the words that Kayla used to describe how Adam approached his child when he discovered that she was dead. Kayla used words that were the truth sometimes to fill in her lies. Baby girl, wake up. Those words were from a real memory of how Adam was speaking when he discovered his daughter, looking peacefully asleep, would never wake up again. Wake up, baby girl. But she didn't. Those words were the truth surrounded by Kayla's lie. Adam is no innocent. Shortly after he discovered that his baby girl would not wake up again, he began a series of decisions, terrible and criminal decisions. He made them with a very misguided belief that he had to make them to keep his family from being ripped apart. And he made those decisions with the input and influence of his wife, Kayla. He did make those choices, and you will hold him accountable for those choices. He and Kayla hid, moved, lied, and manipulated Harmony's body after her death. It's unforgivable. They lied about her whereabouts after her death, and it's unforgivable. But he did not do this to hide that he killed Harmony, because he did not kill Harmony. He did this because he believed it would keep his family together. He did not witness tamper with Kayla. She was an instigator and equal partner. He did not influence her. She influenced him. And most importantly, he did not kill his daughter. He did not kill his baby girl. When Kayla was facing charges not related to Harmony's death, theft, and 2 charges of receiving stolen property, charges that could send her to prison for over a decade. And then, by her own actions, she was facing 2 more charges for perjury, for lying about Harmony's death. And she was subject to 2 more felonies. These felonies, 3.5 to 7 each, potential, stacked in prison. 3.5 to 7 plus 3.5 to 7, plus receiving stolen property times 2, plus theft. So Kayla decided to lie about Harmony's death, to accuse Adam of something that he did not do, to get herself out of her own problems. And what better way than to pick an accusation that had already been made? Adam was already arrested and in jail for an allegation of striking Harmony, a tale that he had struck her and given her black eyes. That became the groundwork for Kayla's own lies. She had to lie because the truth would point to her. And her lies were accepted because Adam had already been accused of causing Kayla black eyes. Her lie was easily accepted until you look past the horror of what she has said and past the emotion that would be the reaction when you heard her say it. When you look with a critical eye at those lies, you're going to see that they're lies intertwined with truth. Wake up, baby girl. The allegation that Adam beat his child for days and then on December 7th for hours is crazy. And I'm going to briefly go over that and the craziness of it as it got worse and worse with the telling. She told you a horrific story of Adam screaming and yelling and beating Harmony because when they woke up to go to the clinic, she had peed in the car, screaming and yelling at the Colonial Village at an hour that people might be going to work for rush hour, at a time that they should not have been there, and they were essentially squatting and not wanting to be noticed. Screaming and yelling and punching her in the head. And then they got to the methadone clinic, which was about 10 minutes away, at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Kayla got her dose at 7:04 when the clinic was open for people to get their doses. Her horrific story continued with Adam beating Harmony, she says, when he got out of the clinic. He at 7:09. She said he smelled urine and said, "Again, Harmony? Why don't you tell us?" And he began yelling and hitting her right in the head, right there in front of the clinic. And you know that one time that they had done something wrong outside the clinic, they got told on. One time, she told you, they had left the kids in the car and gone into the clinic together with no one watching the kids, and they got told on. And they had to change their habit and go in one at a time so that somebody would always be out with the children. That would have been noticed outside the clinic at 7 a.m. when people are going in for their doses. She continued that horrific tale because she said, after witnessing these beatings, she said, "I'm hungry. Let's go to Burger King." And Adam drove to Burger King. And on the way, she said Harmony was crying a lot and making a weird noise. And Adam got really angry and kept punching her and said, "Shut the fuck up." And then he hit her at the traffic lights, 2, maybe 3 traffic lights, she said, coming over the seat and pummeling her in the back. Not in secret, not hidden, broad daylight on a busy street with busy traffic stopped at a stoplight. And then she said she put up an arm to stop him. She doesn't mention any effort to try and stop those horrific acts beforehand. No effort on her part. But somehow or other at this point, she thinks this is enough and puts her arm up. And what does she say he does? He gives her a look, a crazy look, like evil. It's the first time she had seen that. And she felt like he might hit her. So she didn't do anything. He scared her, she said. And then as he's punching her, she says, driving into the Burger King parking lot, and you were there, wide open parking lot, says that he's punching her and says, "I felt something different. I think I really hurt her this time." She said he was scared. So what does he do when he's scared? He drives up, he orders the food that Kayla wanted. She was hungry. So he ordered a croissant, 3, she said, 1 for Adam, 1 for Kayla, and 1 for Harmony, she said, and some hash browns. He drove up, paid the cashier, either got his card or the cash back, whatever. Reached in as the cashier is handing him the food, takes the money, hands it to her, and drives away. He was scared, she said. And this is what he does, she says. Her story is crazy. And what were the boys doing? when this is happening to her sister over and over again? Or they might have been sleeping. No, they were not screaming as they drove up to the cashier to get the food. They might have been sleeping. She doesn't remember. They didn't react much. They were quiet. They didn't cry much. She continues on at the Colonial Village. She thinks at first maybe they ate at the Burger King, but with more questioning, nope, yep, she was refreshed. They went back to the Colonial Village and she decided to feed the kids. And she said that she took a little bit out of a little piece off of the food and she fed Declan. She said Declan was the middle. She would have to put the food in his mouth, but no, she didn't look back. She just sort of reached back and put it in his mouth. And she took another piece and she would give Seamus also. She didn't have to look. She didn't look back. She didn't see anything back there. And then Harmony's croissant, she just sort of put it back there for Harmony. She said, didn't look back. She was scared to look back. And then also with that, because she remembered clearly, she didn't have to look back for Declan because he was in the middle and she could just reach right there and put it into his mouth without looking. But then she was reminded that Seamus's car seat was in the middle. Seamus had been in the middle of that accident that was on the 29th. And she had previously said that Seamus was in the middle when she talked to the police and that Harmony was leaning against her brother. And that Harmony had a blanket on her lap and that she put a piece of croissant for Harmony on that blanket. She didn't remember this. She made this up. She made it up from feeding the kids when they did go to Burger King. She made it up with some sense of reality. We would go to Burger King and we'd go back and I'd feed them and I'd give them pieces in the back, but she had to intersperse her lies to show that she would not have known the condition that Harmony was in. She then goes to Mr. Bordero, to get some drugs. She didn't remember that she was the one that went up, but she was refreshed. She was shown her previous transcript. She not only told the police she went up to buy drugs, but the reason that she went up was that Tony might front her the money because he'd never said no to her. She remembered it at one point, but tried to deny it here. And she claimed that they didn't stay long and they went, she didn't know where, somewhere. We had to do something. I don't remember what. And when they left, they got to an intersection and the car broke down. And that's when they discovered Harmony was dead in the middle of that broken down in that intersection. Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. This horrific story, and they didn't know until that intersection. That story is crazy. But then her story even got worse. When I started questioning her about some of those little facts, and you remembered how she would respond to me, think about Kayla. As you think about what she said, think about watching her testify. I brought out that she had originally said that Adam had struck Harmony 10 to 15 times at 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning. She said, yeah, that was true. That's when it started. Okay. And then he woke up to go to the clinic and Harmony peed again? No. He made her sit. Oh, she didn't remember if it was peeing or pooping. Sorry to use that word, but I'm just not going to use a different one. She couldn't remember which it was, but he made her sit in it all night, she said. And then, did she pee again when you woke up to go to the clinic? Yes, she said. Then when I asked her about that, had somebody cleaned up the offensive poop or pee from 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? No, it just smelled of urine when we woke up, she said. She also said that when they were going to the clinic, Harmony didn't have any injuries that she knew of. But beating 10 to 15 times, 2 to 3 in the morning, and no sign? No. That was a lie. It cannot happen. It could not be. And it makes no sense. It doesn't, because it's a lie. All that horror, all that chaos at the intersection. Oh my God. What could be worse? It's an absolute nightmare. You have done something to a child over and over again for hours, and you get stuck in the intersection, and somehow or other, you've got to make sure that nobody sees that child. Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. The description, well, I'll get to the description of the intersection later. No, I won't. What she described at that intersection was that Adam said, "What said Kayla? Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up." Put his hand on her heart, and she came over, checked the neck, checked her pulse. And then at some point, somebody is waving cars around, sometimes her, sometimes Adam. She says she's not seeking help. She's not seeking assistance. She's not doing anything but grabbing the children and grabbing the clothes, while Adam grabs the duffel bag from the trunk filled with clothes and puts her in the bag filled with clothes from the trunk. When I asked about that, she said the trunk was actually locked already, but it didn't open. So we had to go through that little hole when you take that center down in the back of a car, and you can reach through, you can put your skis through. She said we went through that and pulled out the duffel bag. That's how we got it. That would be over Harmony's body in a busy intersection, taking off a car seat and taking a child or two out of the car, and reaching in and getting a duffel bag full of clothes and pulling it through that little area. There's a reason why she made up that story, and I'll get to it in a little bit. But let me talk to you about waving cars around and not asking for help. Kayla was admittedly part of the cover-up, but she wasn't covering up to save a man who beat a child in a cold, continuous, torturous, escalating over days beating. If that had been going on, Kayla would have instinctually protected that child. By all accounts, Harmony was a loving, lovely child. Instinct would have caused you to protect that child, even if you were given an evil look. And even if you were afraid at some point when you had the opportunity, it's not only a child in the car, not only your stepchild. There are 2 of your children in the car, exposed to an absolute horror that no one would allow their children to be held for. She didn't go to, when she went to Videro, she didn't ask for help. She didn't ask for call 911. When they were at that intersection, she didn't collapse with, oh my God, it's up, finally. She's waving cars around. She's cool. She's calm. She's getting the kids out. Why? because that wasn't when Harmony died. In that intersection, Harmony was already dead, and a plan had already been set for what to do. They had talked for hours before that intersection. They knew what they were going to do. And that car breaking down at that intersection certainly put ruin those plans. But Harmony was already in the trunk. She was already wrapped and in the trunk. And they were going somewhere to take care of what to do with her body. And that is why Adam was able to go into the trunk and grab the duffel bag and walk away without anybody at that intersection seeing Harmony's body, seeing Harmony sitting, lying, being maneuvered around in the car. Because she wasn't. She was in the trunk. Kayla was able to keep her cool because they had been discussing this for hours, what they were going to do. And this problem at the intersection, we can get over it. Keep your cool. She said, Adam said, what do we do? And she said, let's go to Badero's. And they grabbed what they could and they went to Badero's. Not only if that had occurred, would she have instinctually protected Harmony and her children when she could. Any love that she had for Adam would have died. No one can maintain love for a man who would do something like that over and over again in front of your kids, in front of you, and give you that evil look that made you feel threatened. There are reasons that women stand by their men, but not for that. No one would stand by for that. Why did Kayla stand by Adam? Because that never happened. Adam was not a threat to her because of Harmony's death. Adam was her protector. Wake up, baby girl. True memory that Adam spoke when he unexpectedly discovered that Harmony was unnaturally appearing to be asleep. He didn't even know she was dead. Wake up, baby girl. And she never woke again.
This woman gives me a
I'm
headache.
going to review with you more of Kayla's lies and some of her reluctant truths that I was able to pull out of her and other of the real evidence. But before I do that, I want you to keep something common sense in the forefront as you evaluate it. I don't think anyone but they can understand the decisions that they made to hide and lie about Harmony's death. But I want you to consider which is more likely, that a mother of her own children and a caretaker by all accounts, a loving and joyful girl she is taking care of, would stand by and protect a man who brutally beat time and time again in front of her and her own children, that beautiful child? Or would a father who failed in his responsibility to care for that beautiful child, would he stand by his wife because he did not know how Harmony died? Kayla and Adam's relationship struggled on after Harmony's death. But till the end, Kayla appeared to put Harmony's death behind her. She just wanted her man. Adam, however, lost his grip several times. After he and Kayla prepared Harmony's body to finally dispose of it, to wash off decomposition and debris in the shower and put her in another bag, he tried to commit suicide. Kayla held him together. You've got to be here for me and the kids. She held him together, but he lost it several more times. He would have bouts of paranoia, think Kayla was trying to poison him, think that there were cameras. He was losing it several times after that. Thought she was cheating, lashed out on her, punched her a couple of times. And then in March of 2021, St. Patrick's Day, she recalled, he had another bout of paranoia. And he did this. Why do we have this picture of Kayla with black eyes? Because Kayla took this picture, this selfie, and she sent it to her family. This was something she would not tolerate. He did this to me. Adam was arrested. Adam went to jail. She got a restraining order. She moved. No. She was not an isolated and dependent woman. She wasn't trapped. She had friends. She had family. She was connected to services. Tara, her friend, helped her out of the apartment to a safe place. Adam was arrested. She filed the restraining order. It showed in her actions when Adam, in one of those fits of paranoia, lashed out at her. She was not going to tolerate this. She told you, was her own woman. Adam's behavior did not control her. And by the way, Tara Hilbert, the one that told you that Adam gave her the lie about Harmony that Kayla and Adam had developed, said Harmony was with her mother. She also told you that that came up in the context of a conversation where he was missing Harmony. Rebecca Maines didn't say he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother, Crystal. He was missing Harmony. He was feeling bad. And he moved on quickly when she said, well, where is Harmony? And he said, oh, she's with her mother. And the conversation moved on. He had worked 4 years visiting Harmony, 4 years to get her. He knew who Harmony was. He wanted Harmony in his home where he lived, in his grandmother's home where he lived with his grandmother and other uncles and other family members. He wanted her a part of his home. For Kayla, there's no indication she even thought about Harmony until this investigation became public. She wanted Adam and she didn't want anyone else. She was not relieved when Adam was out of her life. She was not haunted by memories of a brutal assault to an innocent child. She was not haunted by those memories because those memories didn't exist. Her story was a lie. There are no haunting images, except for the ones that might be in your head based on what she has said. But those images do not exist in reality. He had not done that. She told you that after he was in rehab in the summer of 2021, they communicated about getting back together. But then Adam was cheating on her then, and she wasn't happy. Thing, she called Kelsey. She wanted Adam back. She was not haunted. But Adam, in the fall, was out of her life. He was in Maine with Kelsey and her relatives. When the investigation opened up and the police tried to come and talk to her, did she say, I'm so sorry. Let me tell you what happened to Harmony. It was terrible. I've held it inside, but it's time you know the truth. Adam is a brute. No, she said, Adam. She calls Adam. She knows where he is. Get back here. I'm not dealing with this alone because they were partners in this conspiracy. Get back here. And he came. But he came with his girlfriend, much to Kayla's chagrin. You know, one thing that was odd now, she didn't rely on the police to protect her. She said Adam threatened her that if she ever told on him, he would have Kevin kill her. Kevin, you met Kevin, the uncle. The uncle that Adam and he were not particularly getting along with because he had failed to pay some bills he had promised to pay and put them in pretty dire straits. The uncle that after a visit and that argument, about a week later, calls DCYF, the authorities on it. That uncle that you met was no threat to Kayla. That was another lie that she told to try and figure out why, give a reason why she would not have come forward before. She was afraid. I want to talk about another lie that you watched developed. The fuel grinder. What's that all about? Why was that such a big deal here? The fuel grinder. Well, I'm going to remind you how that developed to be an issue in this case. And it did develop over time. You heard that when Kayla first started giving her her story to the police, she was talking about the shower, what happened at Union Avenue, and she was asked, well, were tools used? And she said, no, only the scissors. She had cut off the hoodie. Adam had taken the leggings, and they put Harmony in the shower. She didn't see or know of any tools. And then on questioning, she sort of saw where it was going. And she said, well, when he came out of the bathroom, he wanted to put her in pieces, but couldn't do it. About 8 months later, when she was asked about Adam using tools again, now this 8 months from the couple of June conversations in 2021, she gets her deal. She has obligations under that deal. She has to keep cooperating or it could all fall apart. 8 months later, they want to talk to her some more. She's in prison. She's brought out to them. And they have pictures of tools. I assume that their picture was the same size as these, but they had this picture of the fuel grinder. They had a picture of a circular saw, and they had, did I do it backwards? Yes. A picture of a circular saw and a picture of the miter saw. And they asked her about it. And they said, any tools used? And she said, not that I know of. And then they said, they showed her this picture of the grinder. And she said, I had never seen that. I never seen it. They showed her this and she did not recognize it as anything that she had ever seen before. They showed her the circular saw and she said, that looks the most like an old tool that Adam had under the counter in a big box. Looks most like it. Miter saw, no, that wasn't it. This looked most like it. And then you learned that she went in March to talk to them. Now, after that March thing, she's going to talk to the state to prepare for her testimony here in front of you. She had 3 of those sessions. They were very long sessions. And they brought a picture. This picture. They brought this picture to that meeting, this picture of a tool that she had never seen before. They brought it to that meeting. And we don't have recordings of that meeting, but she came out of that meeting having given a story of, well, when we were at her mother's house in December, he was interested in his mother's fuel grinder. She had just bought one. It was still in the box. And he saw that and she recognized this tool as the tool on the box. And she said, Adam was holding it and said, this would be a good tool to use to help get rid of the body. This is December, 2 months ago that she said this. After almost a year before, she said, I'd never seen anything like that. I'd never seen that. Question first, why would you bring that? Oh, and you don't have to rely on Kayla's word that that was the photo, because eventually from Detective Rahill, we did get out that the third photograph at that March interview, where she said, I didn't see that. It wasn't actually identified in the interview, but they had taken this photograph for the purpose of seeing about that Home Depot purchase. Do you remember the Home Depot purchase? The police were following up on Lime and looking at Lime purchases from Home Depot, and they discovered a purchase of Lime, the fuel grinder, an extra battery, an extra blade. They wanted to connect that to Adam because it was right around the time that there was a call for service at the shower. That would be evidence that you put together that could prove something. So they want to make that connection. And Detective Rahill said, we specifically brought this photograph to see if you could identify it to make that connection for us, because they had found that out maybe 6 months before. Shouldn't make that connection for them, but they didn't give up. So they brought that photograph, not the police, this was during her prep session. That photograph was brought to the prep session, and she understood this was important. And there was no truth about this other than she had never seen it before, but she made up a story about Adam wanting to take it from her mother. That story has so many levels for you to understand Kayla. Oh, and one more thing about that. I asked her, why didn't you tell anybody before 2 months ago about Adam wanting to steal or take your mother's fuel grinder? Why did you wait 2 years to say this, or a year, whatever? And she said, nobody asked me. She also said, I think in that story that fuel grinder NutriBlender would have been good too. I asked Detective Rahill about whether she was asked about that, and sure enough, as the transcript showed, do you remember him buying anything or stealing anything or any other types of tools like power tools or anything? And she said no, she was asked about other tools. Then you heard from her mother, the supposed owner of that fuel grinder. Nope, never had a fuel grinder. I have plenty of tools. I do some woodworking stuff. I know fuel grinder. I never had a fuel grinder. I never bought this. Certainly didn't have a new box with a fuel grinder in it at all. Independent verification that her story was a lie. But it also illustrates something really important. One, she can gauge what seems to be important to the police or to the state, and she can create a lie to try and give them something that they seem to be looking for. She doesn't understand its importance, but if they're going to show her this thing again after she said she never saw it, it must be important. And especially with, and I don't know if it was all blown up for her when she signed it. The other thing it shows you is that she would make up a lie to put the man she says is her best friend most of the time, to put him in that bad of a light, that in December, he's contemplating stealing her mother's power tool, her mother's fuel grinder, contemplating what he can do with it to Harmony's body. Evil, deranged. That is what it says about the story that she can make up to put him in that bad of a light. Was she capable of making up the lie that Adam brutally beat his daughter to death? Yes. Watching that lie unfold tells you, yes, she is capable and she did do it. Talk about the lime. You put lime on your lawn, you learned, to raise the pH. A lawn where rain happens, dogs play, children play, people play. That is not something that you use to dissolve a body, to make a body decompose. Where she got the lime from, I don't know. Maybe she mistook something that she heard on a crime show. I have no idea. But lime to decompose a body, nobody has told you that it would do that. And in fact, you learned that it was used to bring pH up on your lawn. And you learned that it wasn't an unusual purchase in the wintertime because Home Depot had sold lime. 33 purchases, I think, within that 2-month period. And we're not even going to other stores to look and see how many things of lime stole. I don't know where this lime thing came from. What they did was take Harmony's decomposing body that had been decomposing for 2 months, take her clothes off, put her in the tub, ran the water, and those fluids from decomposition flowed out. Other debris from decomposition flowed out. And it did stop up the drain. But it wasn't lime, and it wasn't dismemberment. And even Kayla says she didn't see any sign of dismemberment. She saw Adam take Harmony's body and put it in these great big trash bags filled with lime. We heard how big the bathroom was. That was a lie. Now, let's look about the lies she told about Harmony being hidden from view the whole time in the car, because she said the beating happened almost right away. From the time, and I confirmed it, you're saying from the time of eviction to the time that Harmony died, you're saying that she was beaten all the time. Yep. Hidden the whole time. Yep. And you pretty much stayed at Colonial Village the whole time without moving yet. And then you learn. And she said we did this so that we could hide Harmony's black eyes and bruises. Whenever anybody would come around, we would put a blanket over her. Nobody saw her. So then you learn that Harmony was not hidden. Harmony was not hidden from the Garcias. You heard Courtney Garcia. They had met up with the Montgomerys. They had given the Montgomerys food. They knew the Montgomerys were living in the car. And Courtney told you, we offered to let them stay overnight at our place. And Adam was interested. Kayla was not. Do you remember that? Kayla was not. Adam was interested. Adam was not hiding Harmony from view. Harmony wasn't hidden from Christina Lubin. Kayla's mom testified. Kayla had admitted that she went to her mom's the day after Thanksgiving. And she went there to see if her mom could put them up, and her mom couldn't because of the landlord. And eventually I was able to pull out that she was there. While she was there, she got cleaned up. She cleaned up the kids. They ate. They caught up with each other. Christina told you that she was catching up with her grandchildren, even her step-grandchildren, that she remembered sitting on the couch interacting with Harmony. She was a lovely child, kind of quiet, polite, but she looked healthy. And she noticed Harmony. She noticed her hair in pigtails. She noticed what she was wearing and the glasses, and she interacted with Harmony. There were no black eyes. There were no bruises. Harmony looked good. Harmony wasn't hidden from Tabitha Scott on December 29. Tabitha Scott, you remember, the police officer said was in the car during the accident on December 29. She was in the front passenger seat while Kayla was in the back with 3 kids, 2 car seats. And so that when the police officer came, they threw a blanket over Harmony to hide Harmony. Why? Because of black and blue and bruises? No, because they went to Christina Lubin's after that. There were no black and blue. There were no black eyes. They hid Harmony because they had too many kids in the car and Harmony was not restrained and they had just gotten in an accident. Maybe people overlook it, but not when you've just had an accident and your child is unrestrained. She wasn't hidden from Tabitha Scott that day. So that's 2 to 3 days after they've been living in the car now. And then another 3 days later, December 2nd, she wasn't hidden then. They were in an accident around the clinic. I think it was around the clinic. Anyway, that same officer responded to that accident and also noted again who was in the car. This time it was only Kayla and Adam in the car. Harmony was not hidden from whoever babysat her. Kayla couldn't remember, couldn't tell you, but it could have been Tabitha, it could have been her mother. She didn't remember, but whoever that babysitter was, Harmony was not hidden from that babysitter. And Harmony wasn't hidden from Anthony Badero. Anthony Badero didn't particularly want them there. And, but she said that Anthony walked out every day and Harmony would wave to him. Where did she say this? She said this to the grand jury. She was in the midst of a lie to the grand jury, telling them Harmony on the 30th had gone to her mother's. Adam took her to her mother's. She's lying to the grand jury. She doesn't want to admit anything that is the truth about Harmony once they were evicted. And she sort of slipped. And she said, yeah, well, Anthony Badero, Harmony would wave to him every morning for those 2 weeks into December. And then nobody seemed to catch that that was actually different from the lie that she was telling. Just moved on and she continued on her lie. And she admitted to you when I asked, yep, that was a slip. And yes, that was the truth. No need to lie about that to the grand jury because you didn't want to bring that out in the first place. Then I talked about one of the issues that did come up a lot in the car. 10 days from the time that they were evicted to the time that Harmony was discovered dead. 10 days. And she tried to make it seem like 24/7 they were in that car. 24/7 Harmony was hidden. 24/7 they ate. She would change diapers, and they would stay at the Colonial Village. They didn't do anything. Then I started asking more questions. Do you remember that? Well, you changed the baby and your toddler. They were both still in diapers. You'd change them and you'd wipe them. But to get them really clean, you would take them to a public restroom or something to wipe them down and clean them up with soap and water. Nope. Didn't happen. Well, they were in diapers. You needed diapers. You're in there for 10 days. You had to have bought diapers. Went to Walmart, the mall? Nope. Well, where did you get your diapers? Gas station, convenience store. Think about the prices at a gas station's convenience store. That's not where they were getting their diapers, your wipes, your extra food. They wouldn't go far, she kept saying. Well, did you clean up the kids at all? Nope. Cleaned them in the car with wipes. Okay. So you didn't go to the bathroom in the car. Where did you go to the bathroom? Okay, that was a problem for her. And you went to the bathroom when you went to Burger King. Yep. And you'd go to Burger King a few times. Yep. And you'd go to the bathroom when you went to gas stations or something to pick up your food and stuff. Yep. And you'd go to the bathroom at Badero's because you were right there at the Colonial, right? Yeah. And you said that Harmony didn't always go with you. That means that Harmony went with you sometimes, right? Yeah. And you'd ask her when you went to the bathroom, do you want to go with me, right? Right. So she went to Badero's with you too, right? Yeah. Sometimes. Not all the time. She went in the car a lot. Okay. With work, with prodding, you learn a different story. Harmony is out there. She is not hidden from public. Why does she want to make her? Why does she want to make this story look like that they were 24/7 in a car? Well, you learned why she was working so hard to make that appear. You learned from the state's question that she was aware of opening statement and talked about it with her lawyer. And she said she used the information to prepare her answers to you because the truth pointed to her. That is why she did it. And she knew that these answers were coming and what they would mean. I mean, these questions were coming and what they would mean. So she decided to present a tale of never alone with the kids 24/7 at Colonial. But that tale fell apart as well. Mr. Badero was another person who was caught lying to the grand jury. And he told you he didn't want anything to do with this investigation. He did not want to admit that he had been selling drugs, and he did not want to be part of this investigation at all. He said that no, Harmony never waved to him. He never went down to the car. And then he would get turned around and stuff, and he would tell a different tale. And he said, well, I went down to the car, but not to sell drugs. And maybe I'd wave at the boys, but I didn't see no girl. Okay, what was going on there? Badero, in November 22nd, had just been convicted of another offense involving a drug. One of his prior offenses was distribution. And he also got driving without a license. Without a license. Shortly before, another conviction. He had used Adam as a driver, and Adam had used his car back in September, I think. And he did that because he was going to court and he certainly didn't want to be driving a car without a license going to court. So he needed a ride. Adam drove in the Sebring and he brought all the kids with him. And he and Badero and the kids were in the car and I think somebody else. And we go to after the conviction, he's no less afraid of being caught driving his car without a license, what it might lead to. So he's still in need of a driver. Adam just can't use his Sebring. The family is living in the Sebring. And he said, yeah, Adam drove me in my car sometimes. I don't know how many times. It could have been just once. Reducing the amount. But Adam was a driver. Why would he not be driving? He's right there. He's got nothing else to do. He's in need of money. They want drugs. Of course, Adam was driving Badero during that time. Kayla even admits that, yep, Adam drove Badero in Badero's car, but not while we were living in the Sebring. But not while we were living in the Sebring. But not while we were living in the Sebring. Why? Because that, you understand that he was driving Badero during that time. It is why Badero is going out in the morning to see Adam, or out daily to see Adam to get his driver. And it is why Kayla is alone with the children in the car. And it is why Adam did not know until he came back that Harmony was dead. Why does Kayla make up these truths or hide and work so hard to make you think a different story? Because the truth points to her. Sorry. What else supports that Adam was not aware of Harmony's death until he came and shook her? Wake up, baby girl. Let's talk about blood in the car. That was a lie from the beginning. She had told the police, she learned, that while she's claiming that they're all frantically pulling everything together to leave the car that has just broken down at the intersection, she said Adam grabbed a Kleenex, I think, and wiped something down in the car. And they asked about that, and she said he had had blood on his hands from striking Harmony and giving Harmony a bloody nose. She assumed that that's what he was wiping up. And the police officer said, wait a minute, I haven't heard about blood before. What's this? She gets discovery. She knows that they found the car. She knows that there's no blood in the car. So she walks it back. And she says, no, not that day. He was cleaned up. And it was from a bloody nose from an earlier beating a few days before. So no, there was no blood in the car that day. And I started questioning her a little bit more. And so are you saying you saw no blood that day? And she said, well, there was dried blood on Harmony's face. And I said, so there was blood that day? And she said, no, that was from the days before that we talked about. Okay, well, one of the things that you learned about Blue Star is it wouldn't have mattered whether it was a few days before December 7th or December 7th. It wouldn't have mattered if Adam had tried to wipe up blood. Blue Star would have found it. And if you're talking about a beating where somebody is leaning over the seat and getting blood on their hands from a bloody nose, then that also would have left a trail somewhere in the car to be found. There was no blood found by Blue Star. And that stuff you learned can find blood years later. trace minute amounts of blood, and it did in other places, not necessarily anything related to this. Being out in the elements, being out in swinging temperatures may or may not affect the test, but it can. And it did find DNA on the toothbrush. Those trace things last. There was no blood in the car, around Harmony, around the center console, around the steering wheel, anything to be found by Blue Star, because that never happened. Harmony never had a bloody nose on December 7th or on a few days before. And let me talk about this bloody nose. Think about the amount of beating that Kayla tried to describe. 10 to 15 times at 2 to 3 a.m. Waking up in the morning and again, and all of it, face and head. Going to the clinic, coming out, and again. Beatings, driving up the road, stoplights, and again, and again, and again. And then saying, something was different this time, I think I heard her. That child would have been as bloody as you can possibly imagine. Why did Kayla slip about the blood and then back it off? There was no blood. Her story was a lie. I lose my place often. I'm very sorry. I know that you're being very patient with me.
Oh, you have no idea.
The police took this investigation very, very seriously. You heard it was one of the biggest ones that they've ever conducted. Hours and dedication of the officers can't be denied. And it's something that we all hope for in our police officers when we need them to help us. And the emotions that come with danger to a child, a missing child. Now, at the time when the investigation started, she would have been 7. Pictures. Of that adorable child in the media, pulling in the community. Help us find this girl. The media is all over it. It's the biggest thing, the biggest investigation Manchester police did, and they dedicated time, resources, over and over and over again. The emotions had to be running high. And they kept going down wrong paths because people would give them information, whether it was that they wanted to help and they were wrong, whether it was, as Adam horribly put it in his recording, they wanted their 2 minutes of fame, or they wanted something like Kayla, maybe Rebecca Maines, or they just, who knows? They went down those black holes and they were willing to do it because to not go there might mean that they missed something real. They would not regret going down those black holes and doing all those searches. But they can, and they should, and it is right to feel anger. That never should have happened. And Adam and Caleb both could have prevented that from happening. But they lied about her death, and they covered her death up. And you can feel that emotion as well. It is okay. And you can hold Adam accountable for what he did. But emotion equally shows you that Kayla is lying. She continues to lie, and she made a few things up in front of you. Remember how you felt watching her. And evaluate that, because that will also show you she's lying because she has something to hide still, because the truth points to her. Adam did some very, very bad things, but he did not kill his daughter. His choices got him where he is today. He has no one but himself to blame. He did what he did, and he got blamed for something he did not do. He put himself in that position. But the evidence that you can rely on remains the evidence in this courtroom and the view, not the emotion, not the horror of what she described, the slow, methodical evaluation of what she described compared to the other evidence. And can you put your trust for one of the most important decisions of your life in Kayla? Because that is what you'd have to do. There's no doubt that the police know that she's a liar. The state knows that she's a liar. She charged with perjury, lying to the grand jury. She's charged twice, but you watched her as I asked her over and over again, all those questions to the grand jury. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie. And some of those details that she wove around that lie that she has to admit today, those details were made to make her story seem real. But sometimes she slipped, and the truth came out, like it did when she said Harmony would wave to Tony Badero every day. Take those emotions, recognize those emotions, and put them aside like you said that you were able to do. I haven't talked about the second-degree assault case almost at all, I don't think. Kevin made the accusation. You watched. He was in a fight with Adam between Kayla and Kevin. You've heard the fight was about money as well as Kayla's black eye. And what did he say? A week later, maybe 10 days later, he called the DCYF. Well, that was investigated. Mr. Tsaros came out. Took a couple of times, but he came out and he talked to Harmony, and he talked to Adam, and he talked to the family, and he checked things out. And he has a series of things that he is checking out to determine if a child is okay, if she's safe, the things to do for his investigation. And as a result of all that, nothing. Until 2 years later, when they're investigating Adam, and they want to get him, he's arrested for that second-degree assault charge for what Saros was content with the situation to hold him, so that he was in jail from January 4. Kayla went to jail a couple of days later. You also learned that it was not because, as Rebecca Maines put it, Adam hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Because you heard people like Katie Morin who said the memory bothered him. It bothered him that he had struck her and given her a black eye, struck her glasses and given her a black eye. It bothered him, even after he knew that she was dead, striking Harmony when he found her with her hand over Declan's mouth. It bothered him. And Terry Hebert, he missed Harmony. I do appreciate your patience, and I'm coming to the worst part of the case for me. It's the part where I have to stop, and I can't talk. I've got a little bit more. But I can't bring out more information from you. All the information is in, and I don't get up and say, but wait a minute, don't forget this. The state is going to give their closing after me. And I imagine it's going to be very different from what you just heard from me. And I can't get up and say, wait a minute. Yes, this person said this, but look at the context of what they said. Look at somebody like Nicole Giles, who said, I saw bruises on Kayla's torso and on her body. And this was at the Fit Shelter before they ever went to Union. And it bothered me. Kayla's friend, Nicole, when she was first talked to at the beginning of the investigation in January of 2022, the month that Kayla and Adam were arrested, she was asked about those sorts of things. And she said, no, I never saw any sign of domestic violence. No, I didn't see anything. No. And then I think it was a year later that she comes out with this story. Everybody was affected by that picture of Harmony. Everybody was affected by the media and all the police efforts that went in to find this child. And some people wanted to contact police, talk to police, and be a part of it. But Nicole Giles, when she was first spoken to, said no. So if the state talks about what Nicole says, I won't be able to get up and say, wait a minute, she didn't say that at first. That was with all the exposure over the year. She made up that story to help her friend Kayla when she was talking neutrally without knowing anything. No DV. Let's talk about Rebecca Maines. She sounded like a pretty decent person, standing up for her wrongs in her past, taking responsibility, understanding it. But boy, did she get her hair up when Jamie, Attorney Brooks, started asking about those things. I've admitted I'm a criminal. Don't go down that road. No, she is still denying her status as a criminal because she doesn't want to hear it anymore. She got her hair up and she said, no. When I talked to them in January of 2023, I wasn't looking to get anything. When I talked to them, I wasn't facing any charges. I was already convicted and in jail. Then you learned, no, she was facing charges. She was facing the charges that are still pending now. And I think she said that she wasn't getting any additional time. There are plenty of reasons that people say what they say. With Rebecca, I can't go through the changes. You heard that she had several interviews and not when, what came out when. But you do know that she did have a reason to want to give something to the police, and what she gave to the police actually didn't fit anything else. Adam worked 4 years to get Harmony. He didn't hate her because she reminded him of Crystal. He loved her and wanted her in the house with in his grandmother's house with his family, his immediate family and his bigger family. And he wanted to raise her. Things absolutely fell apart after, but he didn't hate Harmony. And her story about, I don't remember if it was urinating, peeing or pooping, putting in the corner, there's nothing about a car. She's taking bits and pieces of information that is out there in the media and trying to make her own story that's bad about Adam, but maybe can help her in her troubled situation. No, nobody can help me. I'm already doing my parole violation. I was done. Nope. There were 3 sets of charges pending, and she even corrected it. No, there's 4. And she's not expecting to do any time, I think she said, for those that were out there. Any more time. So back to the end. You don't get to rely on your emotions. And I've seen a few times, if you've looked at your face, and it's pretty clear that there have been emotional reactions to some of the testimony. There may have been some reactions of anger when you heard Adam's recording, knowing all the time and effort and services and resources and money that was put into this case because of choices that he made. And he's saying they're wasting taxpayers' money. Yeah, you can get mad at that. But then you stop and you say, okay, that's bad. Let's look at the facts. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, remember the recording. I think you all got a video before you came out into the big room to be determined if you're going to be chosen or not. And in that recording, they talked about different tests about what is reasonable doubt, or what are the different burdens. And one burden was preponderance of the evidence. If the evidence favors one side over the other, that is a test, and that side is the side that gets your verdict. Then there's something very much higher than that, clear and convincing. And it happens in certain types of cases where you have to be clearly convinced that your verdict is correct before you can make it. And then there is something even higher, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you look at all the evidence without the emotion and you determine, has the state proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you know, in your heart of hearts, do you know, not that this decision seems to make you feel good, do you know that it is right? Do you know if they have met their burden? If there's any doubt, we're not talking aliens, we're not talking crazy stuff, we are talking about trusting Kayla. If there is a doubt, a reasonable doubt, there is a reasonable doubt to not trust Kayla with any important decision. If you have that doubt, you must find Adam not guilty. That is your test. And this verdict could be easy and it could be quick if you rely on emotion, if you rely on anger, if you rely on horror. Because what Adam did, what he did do to Harmony's body after she died is horrific. What he did do by allowing that entire investigation to go for so long can make you very, very angry. And if you decide this case based on your emotions, it can be a quick verdict because none of those emotions will be positive. But if you take the time, you take a breath, and you go through the evidence piece by piece, evaluate, talk to each other. What do you think about her testimony? Some of you will remember things different from others. Talk it out. What was correct? Some of you might remember things different from what I said. I'm human. But talk it out. What is right here? What is there? What is missing? What is crazy? And what is fact? If you do that, this is a very, very difficult case because those emotions are there. If you do that, if you put it aside, you will find that Adam is not guilty of murdering his brother. He did not do that. And he's not guilty of witness tampering. He didn't influence her testimony at all. It was in her best interest to lie, to hide, and to make up more lies as time went along because the truth hurts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we'll take a 15-minute break so that you can use the restroom, have a drink of water. Then we'll come back. It'll be the state's opportunity to make closing arguments to you. Then I anticipate that we'll probably go directly into final instructions. And at that point, once you have the final instructions, we'll select the alternates, the jury foreperson, and it will be time to deliberate. So for now, just take a stretch, have a drink of water, use the restroom, and then we'll bring you back in for the rest of closing arguments and instructions. All rise for the jurors, please. Counsel. You may.
Crystal's in the audience. So that there is Harmony's biological mom. Wow. My word. This is the thing he did. He pled guilty to desecration, but he is not admitting that he was the one that caused the passing. So what I'm going to do is we will take a fast break. I need another coffee. The dog's making sounds in my ears, and we'll wait for the jury to come back. I don't know why she didn't do a proper ending, because usually they say, okay, blah, 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 and they give us a thanks for listening and he's not guilty. I didn't hear that unless it was just because she wasn't at the mic. I don't know. So yeah, take a little break here, do what you need to do, and then we'll listen to the state. Off and running. State's turn. Oh, I need my passport so bad, Dandy. Oh, that child.
Please be seated.
I'll bring a purse, just the perfect size for him to fit in. Bring him back to Canada with me.
Morning again, everyone. I want to thank you very much for the time that you have spent in this case, for a journey that we told you back before we took the view was going to be a journey that you weren't going to forget. It has been a long couple of weeks. You have been incredibly attentive, and we are very, very appreciative of that. One of the things you heard just a moment ago from Attorney Smith was that she doesn't get the opportunity to come back up here and talk again. That's true. It's called taking turns. It's something that parents teach children. At the beginning, state has to go first, defendant has to go second. At the closings, defendant has to go first, state has to go second. Something very simple that parents teach children. One of the other things that they should teach is if you're going to quote the defendant, if you're going to quote a witness, you have to make sure that you're accurate. So I'll apologize in advance, but let's quote people accurately. I fucked up. Again and again and again. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Ooh,
That's what the defendant, his language that he used when he told Travis Beach the night he got the U-Haul, the night that he disappeared Harmony's body to whatever place it is now, where he knows it is right now to this day, his words, I fucked up. Not she, not we, not Kayla, I fucked up. Singular, personal, solo. That's the defendant's words. Defense counsel got up here in openings and said that you'd hear evidence that Adam Montgomery was out in the middle of the night doing his business when something happened and Harmony died. If that were so, the defendant never would have told Travis Beach, I fucked up. Adam Montgomery was no loving, caring parent, but an enraged tyrant who had no business being around young Harmony. So together, let's look at the actual evidence, the actual quotes of what you saw and heard as we look at all of the charges that you're going to deliberate on that encapsulate what the defendant did do and talk about the evidence that you've seen tells you what he committed. And we'll start first with what the defendant's telling you in opening arguments. And now that you can and should find him guilty of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Let's set that as the baseline. Let's start there. Let's see what that actually means before we look at how he committed each one of the crimes charged, not just the ones that he feels are going to distract you from the rest of the nightmare that he's responsible for. Who carried Harmony's body away from the broken down car in the duffel bag, hid her outside of Colonial Village while they stayed in Anthony Badero's blue Audi for 2 nights, put Harmony under a ramp and then in a van and then in this cooler for weeks at Christina Lubin's house, into the CMC bag, into the walk-in cooler at Portland Pie Company, in the fridge, in the freezer, defrosted her in the shower, consolidated her body yet again, brought her to the Econo Lodge, tricked his friend into renting him the U-Haul, and then dumped her body somewhere. All to make sure that the evidence that could have been brought before you that shows that he's responsible for having murdered her would never be found. And he says you can and should find him guilty of those 2 crimes, of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence for this. He doesn't dispute this. The defense said all of that in their openings, that the defendant did both of these 2 bolded things. Since day 2 of this trial, opening arguments, you should then consider not only all of the testimony, but also all of the corroborating testimony about all of those charges, those 2, falsifying physical and abuse of a corpse, to be true. So let's make it very, very painfully clear. From the indictments that you're going to be considering for falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse, making this Harmony fit into this and disappearing her body in the condition that it could not be found for a trial like this one. The evidence was there, and the defendant's counsel professed to you that he's not disputing that. not saying he didn't commit these crimes. So you can check these two off the list. And with that, you got to remember the defendant gets no credit for this. He says that you can and should find him guilty of these, but he's not taking responsibility for them. He hasn't admitted anything. He's not taking responsibility for anything that he did. His argument to you is not because he's taking responsibility. It's tactical. He admits what he can't deny. And he denies what he can't afford to admit. He cannot deny each and every single one of these facts that were presented to you. That she died on the 7th, that he brought her in a duffel bag to Colonial Village, stored her under a deck, into a red cooler, in the closet it fit, in the ceiling it built. It's her blood in the ceiling at the Fit Shelter at 177 Lake Ave. And his fingerprints in the ceiling. Remember? Left-handed prints in the ceiling. The only other person being poor Mr. Mondrag, the drywall installer. Into the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. Over to Union Street, consolidating her body even more, bringing her to the Econo Lodge, tricking Travis Beach, and dumping her body so it wouldn't be found. The argument that the defendant is making, he had to make. His concessions don't mean he's taken responsibility for these crimes. It doesn't mean that he's a man of principle or restraint, nor does it give his argument any credibility that because I concede all of this, well, the rest of it must not be true. The whole thing's true. And he's taken responsibility for none of this. So again, baseline, first things first, before we move on, these two charges and the charges that his counsel argued can and should find him guilty of, they're there. That's done. And that's the tip of the iceberg. It's all of the charges. Every single one of them has been proven by evidence, not emotion, beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the man who did all of these things. And that's because you saw the evidence. You went on The View. You saw witnesses take this stand and put themselves before you. And you looked them in the eye. And the same common sense that you use every day to tell whether somebody is feeding you a lion, a bull, or not, you used with those witnesses. And because of that, you know that this is true. Because you heard from people like Kevin Montgomery, Nick Ahern, Katie Moran, all talking about the defendant telling them in July about the worst thing he had ever done up until that point. You heard from Kayla, 2 days from Kayla, and all of the other witnesses that corroborate her, how he beat Harmony, this 35-pound child. Remember, Nurse Travers told you that she was measured just back in June before the July incident occurred. 35 pounds, 5 years old, 35 pounds. And you heard from all those witnesses, especially Kayla, about why he beat Harmony to death, when he beat Harmony, and how he beat Harmony. And you vetted what she had to say. And you saw the rest of the injuries that he incurred, and all of that was corroborated by the other evidence presented. Corroborated in ways that we'll explore that the witness never could have possibly known there was other evidence out there that supported them. Not when the defendant started telling investigators what happened and how the defendant beat the life out of Harmony. And then beat and manipulated and controlled Kayla afterwards to make sure that she stuck to the story so he would not be held accountable and the evidence of his crimes would not be found. So when he says that you can find him guilty of these, understand that these two are but a part of the whole of his criminality, of how he murdered Harmony as well. When he said this to Travis Beach, it wasn't for part of that. It was for the whole of taking Harmony's life and beyond. Don't forget what he's saying that you ought to convict him on as well. That the falsifying physical evidence and that the abuse of corpse are unto themselves evidence of the crime of murder. He's a murderer. That's getting rid of evidence. That's what murderers do. They get rid of evidence that would show others what they've done. They think, no body, no evidence, no conviction. They silence witnesses into staying silent or even perjuring themselves so that the witnesses don't tell others what the murderer did. Because murderers don't want to be held accountable for their actions. Murderers want to get rid of the evidence. They don't mind abusing the body so that the evidence of how their victim was murdered can never be found or used against them. They clean bathrooms with ammonia after they get rid of the evidence, like this defendant did. They clean out the plumbing lines, like this defendant wanted to do. They desecrate and hide the dead so that the body cannot tell the story of how they died to the living. That's what murderers do. That's what the defendant did, because he's a murderer too. Now, let's really start now. Let's start and talk about what he did first to Harmony. Excuse me. Let's talk about what happened in June. Let's talk about the second-degree assault. You will likely never forget Kevin Montgomery's testimony as he was sitting up here, taking his time to thoroughly make sure he answered truthfully and recalled to the best of his recollection. And you are never going to forget how he described Harmony's face when he flew home from Florida, having been there in July, come back on the 22nd to see Harmony in the house in the kitchen. And we saw him relive that moment for us, admitting that he asked her, quote, "Oh my God, Harmony," or "Oh my fucking God, Harmony, what did you do to your face?" End quote. And how he told us Adam answered the question. Not Harmony. Adam did. She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house. That's not disciplining a child. That's not pulling her away or jerking her and not protecting someone else. If it had been, the defendant never would have said this when Kevin asked Harmony what happened, would he? Kevin Montgomery told you he was subpoenaed to be here. He did not want to testify against his nephew. And you saw it on his face that he remembered what the defendant said he did. Not Harmony answering the question. The defendant answered it for her. And remember how Kevin said the defendant said this. Another moment, probably not going to forget. When I asked Kevin about how the defendant said he bashed her around the house, Kevin, you'll recall, said, quote, "like a cocky son of a bitch." Nick Ahern told us he saw that black eye and how bad it was. And what did the defendant do? Lied to him. Nick told us how the defendant told him that it was from an injury from playing soccer. Nick told you he only saw it for what? How many seconds? 4 seconds. How bad it was. He described it as being pretty intense, that it was concerning to him, and that the defendant let her be outside for all of 4 seconds before the defendant told her to get back inside. And what did Harmony do? She obeyed. Nick saw him walk Harmony right back through the front door and then shut it. And so why did Nick hide Harmony away that day? Because he couldn't let a 5-year-old outside on a summer day, could he? Not when her face showed the mark of the assault that he had delivered on her. Shows everyone in the neighborhood, along with Nick, evidence of what the defendant did to her. Katie Morin told us that the defendant used other words to describe that day and what he did, besides bashing her around the house. Did she say a jerk? Did she say a grab? Did she say a yank? She did not. The defendant told her it was, quote, the worst thing I'd ever done, end quote. And that he had supposedly backhanded her. That tells you that the defendant knew how badly he beat Harmony that day in July, that the defendant called it to Katie Morin the worst thing that he had ever done. And the evidence from the multiple people who saw how bad this was and who heard the defendant describe either inflicting it upon her or hiding her. Don't forget, we also have Demetrios Saros. When he first went to the house, was he able to see Harmony? He told you. Only from feet away, as the defendant was hurrying up and getting Harmony in the car and driving her out of there. And even a week later, when he finally does get to see Harmony, she still has a mark on her face. Finally, you've also got Kayla Montgomery, who told you she overheard the defendant's conversation with Kevin Montgomery and then confronted him because he told her it was from a lightsaber that one of the boys had been swinging around and Harmony got hit in the face. And she confronted him about it and said, "You said it was from a lightsaber." He said, "Yeah, no. What I said to Kevin was correct." He admits that he lied to her before when he told Kayla that Harmony got hit by a lightsaber. More evidence that corroborates that what Kevin said happened. His conversation with Adam, where Adam admitted to hitting Harmony in July, did happen. Simply put, from multiple witnesses, from the defendant's multiple confessions, he committed the crime of second-degree assault on a 5-year-old in July of 2019. And of that, there is simply no doubt. That being said, now we can move on. Who and where and why Harmony was killed? Let's go through what the evidence showed us, one thing at a time. We saw that it was not alone with Kayla, not in the Colonial Village parking lot in the middle of the night, where Adam had gone to go do his business. Not that it was something that you heard that had happened. It was the defendant in the car on the morning of the 7th with his fists. And it was cold. We know it was cold. So cold that Padero's car died that night when they moved over into the Audi. Adam wrote to Matt Gendron, remember, that they were freezing. Cold enough so that Kim Frayne went and gave them the battery pack to help give them the jump start. So we know it must have been cold enough that day that blankets in the back of a car did not appear out of place. Kayla told us how the accidents were happening, and yes, something had happened the night before, but she told you the night before was when the defendant first hit her. Why? For another accident that Harmony had had in the car. An accident that Kayla did nothing about. An accident that the defendant did nothing about and told Kayla to let Harmony lie in it. Kayla told you what it smelled like, and she told you to your face that she still did nothing about it. And in the morning, things were still the same. Kayla described for you how it started up again. It was still dark outside. She told you the first blow in the morning, it was still dark outside. We know that. Why? Because it's December 7th. Because it's before they get to the methadone clinic, and we know that the check-in times there are 7:05 and 7:09. And you know how dark it is in December, just a couple of days away from the darkest day of the year, December 22nd. When the defendant gets out of the car, goes in and gets his methadone, and then comes back, he finds Harmony has done it again. The smell of her inability to control her bladder and her bowels, something that she used to be able to do just fine for years. It's back again in his car again. The last place that he has, the only place that he has. And what does the man whom Kayla saw be so rageful do. And remember, that rageful wasn't just seen by Kayla, wasn't it? We heard from Rose Smith, the driver, years later, 2021. She told you that after giving Kayla a ride to the methadone clinic with Adam and coming back, that Kayla had had bruises that day, terrible black eyes, and that she tried to give her phone to Kayla. And her words were that when he wrenched that phone out of her hands, he told her, "You are not giving that phone to my wife." And she described his face how? A look of pure rage. What does that person do when they get back to the car after their methadone and Harmony has soiled herself again? All he has is his car and his rage and his fists. And Kayla described for you how that went on. For the length of time that the same length of time that you took driving from the clinic here on Market Street up to the Burger King on Hooksett Road, you drove that drive. You know how long that is. And as the smell continued, she described that the hitting continued. And Harmony took blow after blow until she was moaning. And the defendant points to the fact and says, well, other people, they should have been able to see in the car. It's cold. It's dark. We know there's snow on the ground. Snow in New Hampshire means salt, which means the windows probably look the exact same that yours and mine did this morning. It's not easy visibility. Plus, think about it. Doesn't take a lot to be able to punch down on a 5-year-old, 35-pound child and make sure that it's below the windows. Not for him. Not for Adam Montgomery. Not against Harmony. Not in that car. And you saw from the Walmart video and the video from Officer Stanzel, when they first approached the defendant, when he was trying to find where Harmony was, you saw from that how the defendant looked. Remember him at Walmart. He's not a small or a weak man. He wouldn't need to use much power to inflict deadly force upon Harmony's skull. And you heard it wasn't from one blow of his arm, but several. Take a moment. Let's talk, just take a break and talk about something that defense brought up. The fact that there are other children in the car, and why wouldn't they have been screaming and yelling? I remember that fun catchphrase she tried to get Kayla to say, a cascade of chaos would have ensued. We know young children adapt to their environment like nobody's business. They're frightened by new faces. They're frightened by new experiences or the unexpected, but they're not frightened by something that's familiar. Why would the other children cry if Harmony had been getting hit and punished in the car? After all, this was the second time in less than 12 hours that they would have seen this if they were awake. They would not have been unfamiliar with his rage towards Harmony in that car. The defendant's theory that punishing Harmony for soiling herself would make the other children cry implies that this is unfamiliar to them. And the evidence shows that it is not. Kayla rejected that cascade of chaos every single time it was proposed to her. And both Kayla and common sense tell you that that makes sense, that that's true. Now, when they got to Burger King, the damage at that point had already been done. As Kayla told you, Harmony laid under the blanket. No one went to get help for her. Not the defendant who beat her, not for Kayla either. And what did the defendant say in that moment? Words matter. I think I heard her this time. This time. This time, I think I heard her. I think I did something. Why say this? Because he didn't do nothing. He did something. He took her life in rage over a bathroom accident. And he admitted in his opening that you can and should find him guilty of abusing her corpse and falsifying physical evidence for what he did afterwards to get rid of the evidence, get rid of her, get rid of the evidence that would have shown he murdered her. But it was the evidence of his crime of beating her. I fucked up. I think I did something. I think I hurt her this time. That's what he believed. You saw Kayla testify. You heard for 2 full days practically while she was on the stand, having to tell you what she saw having happened. And Kayla did nothing. She did nothing. She did not parent Harmony. She did not clean Harmony. She did not change Harmony when she soiled herself and the defendant told her to leave her in it. She didn't stop the defendant. She didn't try to get Harmony help. She didn't call 911. She didn't yell out. She didn't run out of the car. She didn't disobey the defendant. She's not seeking help. She's not seeking attention. He went through the trunk to get her, not her, because she did nothing. Later, she didn't betray him until after she even lied in grand jury and committed perjury for him. She didn't lift a finger. She did nothing. Nothing at all. The defendant wants to have their cake and eat it too when they come to describing her. She's an abuser, but she did something in the middle of the night. She didn't see anything here, but she saw it all. She wants the defendant. Oh, she doesn't want the defendant. Believe her grand jury testimony, but don't believe her grand jury testimony, the part where she said she lied. That part you should actually believe, even though she's telling you it's a lie. Want to have their cake and eat it too when it comes to her testimony. Well, you know, she would have been really conscientious when she was shopping for diapers. Because that's, if you're homeless, yeah, that would make sense. You want to go where you can get the cheapest price. She's a drug user. She's homeless. And for Harmony, she does nothing. They want to argue, well, she would have had this instinct to protect that child. Oh, but she did something to her in the middle of the night. She did nothing. We are tested, all of us, just a few moments in our lives to do the right thing, where our character as human beings is tested to do the right thing. And on this test, December 7th, with where Kayla Montgomery was back in that life, she failed. At grand jury, she failed. She still obeyed him. Even though he had run off to Maine with a second girlfriend since then, she still obeyed him. Katie Morin told you that back then, Kayla would have done anything for the defendant. That's what her protector did to her. He had her conditioned so well, physically and mentally, that she kept his secret, and she did nothing. You saw that in her testimony when she told you about doing nothing. And she told you about not stopping him from hitting Harmony. And she admitted unashamedly, without reservation, she didn't try to take Harmony to the bathrooms to clean her up. She didn't try to get her help. She did obey. She took Harmony's body to Portland Pie when he told her to later, sitting her between her 2 children in the stroller for that 15-minute walk down the street. But she did nothing. You don't have to like her to believe her. You don't have to like what she did. You may have very good reasons for hating her, but that doesn't change the fact that she saw the defendant beat Harmony to death. That doesn't change her credibility on telling us what the defendant did. Just because you believe that her failure to do the right thing is despicable, it doesn't mean that on this, she's not credible. She actually tried to humanize this guy. Remember her testimony? She cried. And she said to you and admitted she still cares about him. Her in prison, Harmony somewhere, only he knows. And she still cares about him. And she admits how she did nothing for Harmony. If she was singing for her supper, like the defendant suggested in their opening, she wouldn't have done that, would she? She'd have an answer for every question, an excuse for every moment that she did nothing. She didn't have that on the stand. She would never have admitted that she didn't take the kids to the bathroom or that she let Harmony sit in it that night. And yet she did. That's someone who's not making up a story to make herself look better, is it? She never would have admitted that when Harmony is covered by the blanket as they get their food from Burger King, that she unceremoniously dumped a breakfast sandwich on top of the blanket. Harmony can open that herself. After the defendant had covered her and smashed her face. And yet, that is what she told you happened. Kayla admitted to you that she did nothing. It's not the face of a person who's trying to make themselves out to be the saint and the defendant to be the devil. That's certainly not a master criminal schemer trying to exonerate her own behavior, as you just heard in closing arguments. She is not like the defendant. She's not admitting that what she can't deny and denying what she can't afford to admit, because if she did, she would have never admitted to her failure to act to protect Harmony. She would have never denied doing the small things. She would have claimed, oh, I did do those. I tried to redeem myself. And how she comes across, how she testifies. What she is a battered woman admitting an inconvenient and terrible truth, that she failed in a moment of life when her character was put to the test. She did nothing to help Harmony, nothing to stop her. She didn't kill her. Only the defendant did that. So when defense counsel says that it was Kayla who put Harmony in a duffel bag in the trunk and told Adam about it later, you heard and saw Kayla testify. She did nothing for Harmony. Not a thing. And you can't get something from nothing. And the defendant's promise at openings that you'd see she did something remains exactly now as it was then. And it's a false promise. You've seen that theory with evidence presented to test it, and it is still without support. It is still without corroboration, and it is still unreasonable to believe because it was the defendant who did something. When you consider Kayla's testimony, don't consider it alone. Consider it with all of the facts that go along with that testimony. Facts such as that she does have an agreement to tell the truth. Defense counsel questioned her and argued that, well, she had to give the police a lot more to get out of the additional lies that she said in grand jury. But remember, if she doesn't tell the truth, all of this comes back on her. It's back to square one for her. Her agreement is null and void. But the evidence that you saw, how thoroughly the police investigated this case, where Harmony is, location after location after location in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, 900 plus pieces of evidence to help find out what happened, has only corroborated Kayla about who killed Harmony, about when she died, who hit her, who mangled her body, and who dumped her where she is now, somewhere between here and the Tobin Bridge in Massachusetts. Corroboration, big, fancy, 5-syllable word that stands for evidence that supports that a statement is true. If you just had Kayla's testimony alone, with her truthful testimony on the elements of the crime charged, that would be enough for you to go ahead and find the defendant guilty of all the charges. But you don't just have her testimony. You have so much more, because every witness, 50 witnesses that came in and testified to you about and provided evidence, like provides some corroboration for Kayla's account of what happened in ways that she never could have known. And that includes testimony and evidence that corroborates her on how Kayla died, and how Harmony died, and why the defendant killed Harmony, why her body was desecrated, how Kayla was silenced for so long, and how the defendant discarded Harmony like trash so she wouldn't be found. Let's look at just one example. How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth when she told us how the defendant tried to induce or cause her to stick to his story, to not testify, to not tell people how he murdered and disposed of Harmony? How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth on that, tampering with her as a witness? It's because the evidence corroborates it. Nicole Giles told us that Kayla was still at the Fit on Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition Shelter, when she saw bruises on Kayla's body. This is back in January of 2020, before Harmony was ever known to be missing. And Kayla is admitting to Miss Giles that the defendant is beating her. And she, what? She asked Miss Giles not to tell anyone. Having just been homeless, now living in a transition shelter with 2 younger children, and having been tested before and failed to get help for a child, she stays silent. She obeys and sticks with the defendant's story. Despite her abuse later, we see that as well from the testimony of Rose Smith, who was giving her that ride for methadone that morning, saw the beating that Kayla had taken the night before. And as she again saw pure rage in the defendant's face as he came and wrenched the phone out of Rose's hands, saying, "You're not going to give my wife that phone." So much so that when you heard and saw Rose testify, you heard her say, ever since then, she refused to drive them around anymore. That she carries pepper spray now. And she said, quote, "something I will never forget." Kayla is under control and doesn't say what happens to Harmony throughout that time period. And he believes that she's helping police. You heard testimony about how he believed the police were listening in on him and tracking him, and that he was ripping light fixtures down, that he was breaking thermostats and electronics. Kayla told you that he was paranoid that she was working with police and was being listened to. It's not a sign of mental illness. It's not a sign of being sad. A sign of guilty conscience. A sign that you want to continue to exert control. And you should think of it as such. That's corroborated by Dennis Cloutier. Remember the handyman at 644 Union Street. He saw the ripped down electronics, the broken thermostats, and he made the repairs. We also see more of that witness tampering from the testimony of Tara Hilbert, next door on Orange Street, when Kayla finally does escape physically the clutches of the defendant, to the cycle of abuse that he had perpetrated for so long. The defendant didn't want to be found out. And since he silenced Kayla because he didn't want to be found out what he had done. And you know that from the very beginning. Don't forget the Facebook messages to Travis Beach. The U-Haul was still out there. What did he tell Travis? The day after, the next morning, when he's trying to find out, Travis is trying to find out where the van, because it's supposed to be back. What does he tell Travis right then? Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again. Just like getting rid of the body and destroying physical evidence, convincing witnesses to what you've done to stay silent. That's what murderers do. That's what this defendant did. They silenced them into staying silent. And the defendant did that for so very long. He made sure that it was his story that was being told. He continued to tell his story and different variations of it to everybody. His lie that he created. To Christina Lubin, remember, this would have been the first day after they got booted out of Anthony Badero's Audi. At Christina's place, tells her, I dropped her off in Massachusetts with her mother. Jessica Guerin tells her over a year later, while she's delivering a gift for her boyfriend, tells her at that time, oh, my other daughter, yeah, she's down in Massachusetts, and quickly changes the subject. Demetrios Saros, the former DCYF employee, tells her, no, send her down to her mother in Massachusetts. Did that right around Thanksgiving. Courtney Garcia, who sees Harmony in the car on Thanksgiving Day and not there just a couple of weeks later. What's the defendant's story? What does the defendant, not Kayla, what does the defendant tell all of these people and tell Courtney Garcia? Dropped her off at my mother's. She was having bathroom problems. I'm sorry, dropped her off at her mother's. She was having bathroom problems. Tells Rebecca Maines, dropped her off. Their biological mother doesn't even let me see her. A clever lie that works if Kayla sticks to the story that he's told everyone. And he did for a long time. That's why Kayla's in prison today. And corroborating evidence comes not only from the witnesses, but again, from evidence of receipts and from photographs, because a picture does speak 1,000 words. That is not the face of the person who's in control. It's the face of the person who was kept under control. She needed to be kept under control so that what the defendant did to his daughter would not be found out. And it worked for a long time. But all the witnesses who corroborate all testified to a different aspect of seeing the control that he exerted on Kayla and the stories that he told others to stop her from actually working for the police and to stop her from telling police what really happened. That's about what he does to her. But what else corroborates Kayla about why Harmony was killed? The defendant, again, not only about why, but telling Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines that why she is no longer with him, or one of the reasons at the time he gets rid of her, is because she's having bathroom accidents. So you know that that's the reason why he did what he did to her on the morning of December 7th. He's still mad about why this happened. He's still talking about it. Months with Rebecca Maines, years later. It's why he killed her, having accidents in the car. When Kayla said that the defendant hit her overnight and says words of, you have to stop doing this, that's corroborated by what he told Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines, that he got rid of Harmony because she was having accidents. Rebecca Maines told us just yesterday, a friend of his, a close friend of his, that these accidents are what made him take Harmony away to, what did Rebecca testify? The defendant told her, a better place for Harmony, a better place. He told her that he thought Harmony was having these accidents on purpose. And Courtney Garcia especially recalled that the defendant said the accidents were happening while they were living in the car. So when the defendant says there's no evidence to support Kayla about what happened in the car, you know that's not true. Rebecca Maines could not have been clearer yesterday when she told you and clarified for both sets of counsel that the defendant told her he hated Harmony because Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mom. She could not have been clearer about that. Remember, if the defendant himself agrees with his displeasure and anger at Harmony when he got rid of her, and that was because of having accidents in the car, and when he says it to other people, that's not a coincidence. That's corroboration. Corroboration that he was angry at Harmony for the bathroom accidents. Evidence that even though this little 5-year-old girl that he thought was doing it on purpose, evidence of why he was so angry that morning. What else corroborates Kayla's account of when Harmony was killed and what the defendant did to her? Matt Gendron and Kim Frayne. Both of them corroborate the time of when this occurred. Both of them corroborated because Kayla told you it happened when they were back, when the last night that they had their car going into the morning. The drive from the methadone clinic to Burger King in the morning on December 7th. And after that, they move into Anthony Badero's Audi. And what do we have on that cold, dark, winter night? December 8th, 2019. Just after midnight, we've got the defendant Facebook messaging away to Matt Gendron as he told you, hey, need help ASAP, please. Need a jump and jumper cables ASAP. I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery, we've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died. My car died. My car, me. And we know what car he's staying in. It's Anthony Badero's blue Audi. We know that from the tow receipt because the car went and got towed by Aaron Sweeney earlier on the 7th. Matt didn't want to go out. Kim agreed to go out, got there with a jumper pack, and when she was there, no Harmony. The two boys get in the car. Harmony doesn't get in the car. More corroboration of when this happened. Separate from Kayla's testimony, separate from the corroboration that what she says is in fact the truth. What is unreasonable to be believed? What is not corroborated? What's not corroborated is the defendant's theory that something happened in the middle of the night while he wasn't there. There has been no evidence of that. I'm going to talk about Mr. Badero for a few more minutes. The defendant proclaimed in opening that the defendant that he wasn't around that night because he was doing his business to get them out of that car. He's unemployed. He got no business. What business have we seen or heard any testimony about? He wasn't out working for Anthony Badero, making money and doing his business, because Anthony Badero showed us he's not the type of guy who's going to go ahead and hire the defendant to go out and work for him in the middle of the night. Tony Badero is not the type of guy who lets a homeless family stay in his car for more than 2 days. He was the type of guy who wanted that the family wanted to make sure didn't find out that they were living in Tony Badero's parking lot before their car broke down. And Tony Badero was definitely not the type of guy who was going to trust a homeless drug user who buys drugs from him to drive his car around at the middle of the night to help deliver drugs. Mr. Badero testified that he drove his car back then, despite not having a license. It's not reasonable for you to believe that he is going to have Adam Montgomery drive him around that night, either to deliver drugs or in exchange for drugs. In fact, remember, Mr. Badero admitted to you that when he met the defendant, it was in the late summer of 2019. When? The one time he told you that he had the defendant drive him. And what was he driving to? The courthouse on charges for Mr. Badero getting caught for driving without a license. When you go to the courthouse for charges of driving without a license, probably a good idea if you don't drive your own car. Probably a good idea to have somebody else drive you, which is what Mr. Badero testified to, that was the one time he had the defendant drive his car. And that's back in the summer, long before the family's homeless. Long before December of 2019. If the defendant gets pulled over making drug deliveries in the middle of the night, as defense is suggesting you, Mr. Badero's got a lot bigger problems to worry about than driving around without a license. Employing the defendant as his driver is something that Mr. Badero denied, and as you can see from reason, is not something that Mr. Badero would have done. It's not rational. It's also not rational to believe that Mr. Badero would have entrusted the defendant to go out and deliver his drugs for him. From all of the testimony you've heard at that time, you can easily imagine that if Mr. Badero trusted the defendant to go deliver drugs for him, the drugs that got delivered were probably going to be a lot less than what Mr. Badero had promised his customers. Common sense tells you that is not true. Common sense tells you that the defendant has no place to be the night of the 6th and the 7th, except in his car with his family, with Harmony. He has no business. He has nowhere else to be. And why did Mr. Badero tell us all this? He also said that the defendant and Kayla, when he saw them, were always together. Always together. And that when he did go outside and see the kids, it was during the course of the relationship. Mr. Badero said when those days, on the days when they were in the Audi and he went outside, he did not see Harmony. Harmony was not there on the 8th. Harmony was not there on the 9th. And Kayla, as much as got jumbled a few minutes ago in closing arguments, Kayla was clear as well. It's one of the lies that she told you was a lie that the defendant doesn't want you to believe is a lie. She told you in grand jury that she lied and said that, oh, in grand jury, I told Anthony Badero, I know that Anthony Badero saw the kids in Harmony and waved to him every day. I said that in grand jury, and I lied in grand jury. But you just heard in closing arguments, the defendant doesn't want you to believe that that's a lie, even though she admitted that that's a lie. You want to have your cake, and you want to eat it too. That's what the defendant wants. What else is unreasonable to believe? Arguments that, well, no one would have seen him stuffing her into the duffel bag when the car was pulled over on the intersection of Webster and Elm. Nobody, that could have happened, and for nobody to have seen it, that's impossible. It's easy to manipulate 35 pounds in a rear seat of a passenger when your back is to the sidewalk and the shrubs that you saw there on that section of the road, with a building with very few windows in that section of the road, when it's freezing cold and everyone around you is distracted by the woman who's waving other cars to go around. The physical evidence in the car and the physicality of manipulating Harmony's body show that this is yet another way in which the defendant's theory is unsupported, that his arguments that Harmony died from something other than his hands the morning of December 7th, that is unreasonable. It was he who punished her with his fists that day, and it was he who decided to destroy, alter, conceal, and remove her body from the Sebring to be sure it couldn't be used against him when somebody came asking, where is Harmony? You may, when you're back in deliberations, be looking at the evidence in this case. Different pieces of evidence that are there. Photographs, diagrams, having a good understanding of where everything was, where it was found. And you may be asking yourself, why don't we have more forensic evidence here? First of all, the defendant is telling you that he falsified physical evidence. The other thing is that, as experts have told you time and time again, each one of the experts that got up here, time and elements can wear down DNA and fingerprints and blood. They were able to find DNA 100 sextillion times more likely from a female child of the defendant and Crystal Sorey on this toothbrush in the very back of the trunk. The trunk of the Audi that the defendant abandoned, of the Sebring that the defendant had abandoned. But by being so good in hiding his crimes and in intimidating the one witness, the eyewitness to him beating Harmony to death, by wiping down and hiding and destroying evidence, he was sure that there was going to be less of it around. And yet still, from that toothbrush, from the ceiling, the truth prevailed. Sometimes evidence is not always where you expect to find it. We heard testimony about this cooler, Christina Lubin's cooler, this cooler, that the defendant kept Harmony's body. We know that Harmony was in there in a bag. We also know from Christina Lubin that she used to put money in there, and she had put money in there recently for the defendant to be able to take to help provide for the family. So we know there should be fingerprints on the inside of that, because their fingers definitely would have gone in to take the money. And yet the fingerprints are not there. We know that latent prints sometimes go away. And yet when Kayla Montgomery comes forward and tells you, here is what I know. She finally comes forward in June. She leads everybody. She leads police to the evidence that actually corroborates, and in ways that she never could have known. She never would have known what was in the fit seal. She never would have known that police would have been able to find a sample example from CMC of the bag that the defendant had stuffed Harmony into. She told you she initially thought with police this was the bag. She never would have known afterwards that Emily Thompson and Cameron Gibney both saw the bag in the Portland Pie cooler. She never would have known about what had happened and was found and was discussed in testimony about the Union Street bathroom, the ATM records, the Home Depot receipt, the Economistay Lodge, the rental records. She never would have known that when she came forward with this. In the ceiling. Not even my height. Kayla Montgomery is not climbing up there to be able to look and see that there's something still in that ceiling. Part of all of those different things and what happened, you should also go ahead and consider what Kayla said afterwards about the forensic evidence that she could not have known would have corroborated. You heard about the bag of lime. It's not the fanciest looking bag of lime up there, is it? But that's the one that she identified. So let's talk about that for a moment. It's the bag of lime that has the same SKU that had been purchased the day of February 26th. That an 11:20 ATM withdrawal happened at the Citizens Bank, South Willow Street, and 20 minutes later, across the street at the Home Depot, that's when there's a purchase of that bag of lime. That SKU number specifically was found, as was testified to by the gentleman from Home Depot. A purchase of lime by a person who doesn't own a lawn and has nothing to fertilize in the middle of the winter. Common sense tells us maybe the defendant really wanted to get some lye, L-Y-E, like you would find in Drano, breaks down organic material, rather than lime to make your soil, doesn't lower the pH, it raises it, makes it less acidic. But the lime purchased at Home Depot 20 minutes after the ATM transaction. And what was it purchased with? A grinder, a blade, that purchase, and a battery, excuse me. That's not a coincidence. Again, that's corroboration. Corroboration that when the defendant talked about how he wanted to get rid of Harmony's body, when they got their tax refunds in their account, that's what he did. So when she told you, we heard about this a moment ago in cross-examination, when she told you that she had seen this grinder new in a box at some point, believing that she had seen it at her mother's house earlier on, when the defendant said that was the kind of saw he wanted to use to get rid of Harmony's body. And then when you heard that Christina Lubin doesn't own this kind of saw, it's a grinder. She does woodworking. This is not a woodworking tool. It's for grinding metal. You have to ask yourself, where is it that Kayla saw this grinder new in a box? Where was it? Again, not the lie of a master schemer, is it? Why would she concoct that out of thin air, as the defendant's arguing? Why say that that's the grinder or saw that she discussed when she knows and testified to you already that there's a corded saw in a box underneath the sink? If this was untrue, if she had not seen this grinder at some point new and in a box, if she was singing for her supper, she would have instantly just said, oh, yeah, it's the saw that we have down there. Saw the whole thing. That's what happened. Yeah, detectives, that's the saw. But she didn't do that. She identified the grinder. She said she saw it new. She remembers it because that's what the defendant talked about wanting to use on Harmony. If she didn't see it at Christina Lubin's house, and the only other place you can reasonably conclude is that she saw it at Union Street, along with the bag of lime, and she doesn't remember it clearly. That's the only other reasonable, logical conclusion to make. It's not a coincidence that from their account, the money gets taken out and 20 minutes later this happens. It's corroboration. And the next day, Dennis Cloutier is over at the house. The next day, trying to say is pacing behind him while he is trying to snake the drain. The drain and the drain cover that's already been off. Is it? Oh, no, it's not Caleb. It's the defendant, he said. Just the defendant who is pacing behind him. More evidence that Kayla would never have known corroborates what happened. More and more and more. She could never have known that there would be easy pass toll records of the same rental vehicle going back and forth, as Trooper Hernandez told us, through the Tobin Bridge on the night that he left to get rid of the body with the U-Haul. She could never have known when she told police what happened that those records were there, and that lo and behold, the odometer perfectly matches up for the distance to take that drive. Common sense tells you that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that that corroboration existed, because it's not reasonable to think that Kayla would tell and enable police to find other evidence that she did something. If she was the one who had killed Harmony, like the defendant wants you to believe, she would never have done any of this. The theory does not fit. And I want to jump to another reason why this theory does not fit. He's shown us that he's not the type of person that would have allowed this to happen under his theory. He's argued to you that he's a caring parent, despite what we've seen from the rest of the evidence. But his theory is, in fact, this, that they had planned for hours what to do with the body, and that the plan was to carry her around for months and store her in different places, and then finally do something eventually whenever we get enough money for a grinder. It doesn't make sense. His theory is also that he was such a caring parent that he came home in the middle of the night from taking care of business to discover that his 5-year-old that he fought to get custody of is dead while left in Kayla's care, and he just takes it. He doesn't react. He doesn't rage. His theory is that he doesn't hit Kayla or yell or scream so others can hear, is that he just sits in the car for the rest of the day and night and takes it. Goes to the methadone clinic at 7:04 like it's nothing in the morning and takes it. That's his theory. That's not him. That's not who we've seen. That he would show indifference towards Harmony's death. That he bags, carts, stores, stuffs, frees, thaws, squishes, consolidates his child. He does all of that, then leaves Kayla for another woman, leaves her with this woman that he's arguing to now, killed one of his children, leaves the other kids with her, and then takes off to Maine, goes on to live his life. That's not him. That's not him. That's not what we've heard. He doesn't do nothing. He would not have been the passenger in this situation. He's the driver. What the defendant suggests his reaction was would not have been his reaction if Harmony just died in the middle of the night from something, and he came back to find her in a duffel bag in the trunk. So we know that theory that depends on you believing that he's that type of person does not work. It is a fantasy. It is beyond belief. It is a bizarro world that the defendant would have you believe, in light of discovering that his offspring is dead, that he does nothing, and that it's Kayla who's always doing the something. That's not reasonable, because it's not supported by the evidence. Not with the defendant's lies to others. Not with the actions that we've seen him take towards Kayla. Not with the evidence that he left on Kayla's face and arms and back. And he lied to others too. He lied to others too. Who's the one that's getting rid of the phone? He's got his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, to get rid of the phone. You saw from the other video there, he doesn't put himself in front of the camera. In fact, you probably saw when he first walked in, he had half a hand over his face. The video's there. You can look at it if you'd like when we go back into deliberations. He lied to the tow truck driver about his address. He had to abandon the car. It was the crime scene. He told the tow truck driver, I live at 77 Guilford Street. You know, he doesn't live at 77 Guilford Street. Told the tow truck driver, I got no phone. We know he has a phone. He used it that night to Facebook message Matt Gendron to try to get a jump for the dead car. He lies to get rid of things. He tries to continue to hide. He tells Travis Beach, don't send me this stuff on Facebook. He certainly does have a cell phone during that time. He wants to get his car away from him as fast as possible. What better way to abandon it? Just tell the tow truck driver you don't have the phone and don't worry about it. Let him get rid of the evidence, because he's telling you now that he's guilty of getting rid of evidence. The defendant admitted only to what he had to, which to you or I would be unspeakable acts to do to any human being, let alone a small child, let alone your own flesh and blood. He says in his arguments you should find him guilty of altering, destroying, concealing, and removing Harmony's body. And he admits this. Why? Because he thinks you're going to be fooled. His counsel questioned Kayla with the legal principle, and I'm sure you remember it. He was asking Kayla about her petty theft from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, you took some responsibility of it. You took the lesser way out of the problem, so you wouldn't get a more serious charge. That's what he thinks that you're going to let him do. He thinks if you'll let him slide on the murder, if he admits to what happened afterwards, because he knows the evidence of that is overwhelming, that you'll let it go on the other two. And he admits what he can't deny. He denies what he can't afford to admit. And the only part of Harmony that we have left will be sitting in that deliberation room with you on that pink toothbrush and outside here in this part of the ceiling wall that's there. And the other parts of her body, her rest of her torso, her face, her eyes, that smile, only the defendant, as we all sit and stand here today, knows where they are. And he can't afford to admit to you that he knows where they are, because the evidence contained on them will show that he caused her death. So she won't get the burial that everyone deserves. She doesn't get a headstone in the ground above the head that he battered. She doesn't get to be at peace in death because of what he did, because he can't afford to tell anyone where she is. She doesn't get dignity. She doesn't get peace because this man did nothing. He didn't do nothing. He did something called murder. And because he says trying to find her is a waste of time, that trying to find her is a waste of taxpayer money, that's what he thinks of her. That's what he thinks of what he did. That's what he thinks of you now. Efforts to find where he put her and what he did to her and why he killed her, they're a waste of time to him. His words, you heard them. To find the child that he murdered and the evidence that he hid. He believes Harmony's life and death are a waste of time and that they weren't anything to him and that he dumped her like trash. This is what you've seen in the evidence. This is what you've heard the defendant say when you consider whether he has an extreme indifference to the value of Harmony's life when he killed her. He had no value for her life when he killed her. He took an innocent life, a child, for no reason other than his rage and his indifference and his ignorance and his lack of humanity. Because this trial is about Harmony Montgomery. And you sat here and you were so attentive to every moment, every terrible fact. You watched the eyes and the voices of every witness, and you know it's not about quantity, it's about quality. How they testified, how they looked at you when they answered questions on cross and direct. That was not a waste of time. Only Harmony's killer would say that finding her is a waste of time. That's bearing witness is what you have done to the truth. And that's a front row seat on what this man perpetrated on Harmony and her body and the truth from being shown to you, who cowardly runs off to Maine to distance himself from the scene of his crimes, who runs with Demetrios, comes to the house and could see that bruise on her face. And even then, a week later, Demetrios still saw marks of her after the defender had bashed her all around the house. The man who complains about tracking down leads in Arizona as a waste of effort to prove something. Yes, that's what people do. That's what this community, this state, this nation, this society do. We go to find and protect life. Every one of us, whether you wear a badge or you don't, you seek to protect children, to put the next generation above your own. That's what a father does. That's not what the defendant wanted, because he is not Harmony's father. He has forfeited that right to even claim that title or call himself her father. She was never a daughter to him. Not in July, not in December, not in that phone call, not from the moment of her death continuing up through this very day when he knows where she is. He killed somebody he didn't see as a daughter. He never saw her as a blessing. He beat down something he saw as a nuisance, that he saw as an inconvenience. His behavior to the bathroom accidents shows you that in that moment when he killed her, she wasn't a person. She was an object, thing. And he was mad at this thing that ruined his car. And he hit, and he hit, and he hit this thing to make it stop doing what he didn't want it to do, to teach it a lesson, until he said to Kayla, I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something. And he might as well have said, I think I broke it. And that's what he did to her. Afterwards, only proves that his actions don't believe that he murdered his daughter. He broke one of his things. And like any broken thing that somebody never really loved, they throw it away. And that's what he did. He may have genetically donated half of his DNA to her, but he was not her father. She was an object that he beat, stuffed, threw, and shelved in a walk-in cooler. Cameron Gibney told you she was down next to the mustard. She was an object made even tinier from her 35 pounds when she was alive by defrosting and consolidating her down, that he took to a hotel and he drove through some tolls and he threw it away. And he knows where she is right now, but he believes it's a waste of time and taxpayer money to try to find her. So don't you ever think that this man murdered his own daughter. Rebecca Maines told you he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Defense counsel told you to go ahead and put a motion aside and look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at the facts and call him a killer. Put a motion aside, look at the facts, and then you can call him a tyrant. And you can call him rageful. Those descriptions suggested to you, maybe, evil. But don't call him a father. It's time now for you to hear the court's final instructions, to then go back into that room and deliberate all the evidence that you've seen, and to hold the defendant responsible for everything he did in July of 2019, in December of 2019, and afterwards. You promised both parties in the court during jury selection that when proof had been shown beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements of the crimes that you could and would hold the defendant responsible. And now, not all doubt, but all reasonable doubt. And that proof has been shown. You promised us during jury selection that you did that, and you would do that, and you saw Kayla testify. From that alone, you've got sufficient evidence to convict him of every charge, but you don't have to take our word for it, because we just talked about and you've seen for 2 weeks all of the evidence that corroborates and gives you what you need to find him guilty on each and every single one of these charges. We saw in this courtroom that Kayla is not lying about who hit Harmony. And there is no doubt about how Harmony was hurt in July, who killed her in December, what was done to her body and who did it, who falsified physical evidence, and how the defendant kept Kayla quiet. He's guilty of second-degree murder for recklessly causing Harmony's death with extreme indifference to the value of life, because you've seen beyond even that standard, he had complete indifference to the value of your life. Kayla did nothing. He did a lot of things. He did something, he said. It's called murder. It's called assault. And he's guilty of every single one of those charges in front of you. And so I ask you to hold him responsible for that truth in what you've seen in the facts, what you've seen, what you've tested, and what you've heard has been proven. Find him accountable and find him guilty on every single one of these charges. And I thank you so much for your time today.
Oh, guys,
ladies
let's
and gentlemen,
pray.
I'm now going to give you my final instructions. As I said to you earlier, you will have, I'll send 12 sets of all the instructions, both the ones that I gave to you prior to opening statements and the ones I give to you now as a whole. You will have written copies of these instructions with you in the jury deliberation room, so please listen carefully. Please remember that in order to reach a verdict in this case, whether it is guilty or not guilty, your verdict must be unanimous. Prior inconsistent statements. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you may consider whether the witness made statements before trial which were not consistent with the witness's testimony at trial. Thus, if the witness made an inconsistent statement before trial, you may use that statement in deciding whether to believe that witness's trial testimony. Keep in mind that you may not use the statement made before trial as proof that the facts in this statement are true. The statement made before trial is only to be used by you in deciding whether to believe a witness. There are, however, 2 exceptions to this general rule that prior statements may only be used in assessing witness credibility. If the statement made before trial was made by the defendant or by a witness under oath, then you may use that prior statement as proof that the facts in this statement are true. I'm now going to discuss the definition of a crime and the crimes with which the defendant is charged. The definition of a crime. A crime is the breaking of a law for which the law provides punishment. All crimes have at least 2 parts, an act and a criminal state of mind. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, you must determine both what the person's actions were and what his state of mind was. For a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal, and he must have had a particular state of mind. Unless a person both acted to do something that is criminal and had the required mental state, that person has not committed a crime. That means that if a person either did not physically act to do something criminal or did not have the required mental state, then he is not guilty of a crime. To understand how mental state works, consider this example. Suppose 2 automobile drivers hit a pedestrian who was crossing the street. Suppose one of the drivers hit the pedestrian deliberately, whereas the other one did so out of carelessness. The 2 drivers would be guilty of different crimes, even though they both committed the same act, because each had a different mental state. Proof of intent. To prove that the defendant has committed a crime, the state must first prove that the defendant did certain acts, and second, that the defendant acted with a certain intent. Whether the defendant acted with the particular intent charged is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of intent because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all of the facts and circumstances in evidence in deciding whether or not the state has proven that the defendant acted with the intent as it is charged in the indictment. Multiple indictments, one defendant. Each of the indictments against the defendant constitutes a separate offense. You must consider each indictment separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one of the indictments should not influence your verdict with respect to the other indictments. The charged offenses. Charge ID 1937947C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree assault. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused bodily injury to Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was a child under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted knowingly. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically intended or desired a particular result. What the state must prove is that the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct. Charge ID 2027112C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused the death of Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Recklessly. A person acts recklessly when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation. There are several components of a reckless mental state that the state must prove. 1, the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. And 2, the defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove that the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. And 3, from what the defendant knew of the circumstances, his disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done under the circumstances. The key words here are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find that the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. For a killing to be second-degree murder, the defendant must not simply act recklessly, but rather must act recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means something more than merely being aware of and consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. The risk involved and the disregard must be so blatant as to manifest extreme indifference to the value of human life. Charge ID 2027113C, falsifying physical evidence. The defendant is charged with the crime of falsifying physical evidence. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted. And 2, the defendant altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed the body of Harmony Montgomery. And 3, the defendant's purpose in committing that act was to impair the verity or availability of the physical evidence in the proceeding or investigation. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Official proceeding means any proceeding before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental body or official authorized by law to take evidence under oath or affirmation, including a notary or other person taking evidence in connection with any such proceeding. The term purposely. A person acts purposely when his conscious object is to engage in certain conduct. The state must prove that the defendant had the conscious object to engage in this conduct. The key words here are conscious object. To have a conscious object means to have a specific intent. It means that the defendant desired to engage in certain conduct. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant knew or was aware of what he was doing, nor is it enough for the state to prove that the defendant created a risk of injury or harm. To prove that the defendant acted purposely requires more than that. It requires proof that the defendant specifically intended or desired to do a particular act. Charge ID 2027114C, abuse of corpse. The defendant is charged with the crime of abuse of corpse. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove 1, the defendant removed, concealed, or destroyed the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof. 2, the defendant acted unlawfully. And 3, the defendant acted knowingly. These are the elements of the crime of abuse of corpse. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. That word is knowingly. I've already read you the definition. In the instructions, I just refer you back to the definition that I gave you of knowingly. So it's the same definition that applies here. Charge ID 2027115C, tampering with witnesses and informants. The defendant is charged with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that the defendant believed that an official investigation was pending or was about to be instituted. And 2, the defendant attempted to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely. And 3, the defendant acted purposely. The definition of purposely for purposes of this charge is the same as the definition of purposely that I have already read to you. I won't read it again, but you'll note that that definition is above. It is the same definition that applies to this charge. Those are the crimes that are pending against the defendant and are before you. The defendant's absence at trial. The defendant has been absent from trial. His absence from trial is not evidence in the case. You are not to guess or speculate as to the reason for his absence, and you may not draw any negative or adverse inference as a result of his not being present. You are not to consider for any purpose or in any manner in arriving at your verdict the fact that the defendant was not present at trial. That fact should not enter into your deliberations or discussions in any manner at any time. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that this case is important to both of the parties, the state and the defendant. The principles of law that I have given to you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair result. You are to exercise your judgment and common sense with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. As I said before, you should decide this case without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy. It is your highest duty as officers of this court to conscientiously determine a fair and just result in this case. Now, again, as you were instructed during the general selection process, there is a presumption of innocence that applies and continues throughout the trial until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of each and every element of the offenses with which he has been charged. And the defendant has no obligation whatsoever to prove his innocence in this matter, and that includes the right not to testify if he so chooses. When you have considered and weighed all of the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to the charges before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proved any one or more of the elements of the offense charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proved all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. And I remind you that a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based upon reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. As I mentioned, we will select a foreperson at random at the end of these instructions. The foreperson acts much like the chair of a committee. He or she should make sure that you take up the issues that I have described and should make sure that each juror has a full opportunity to present his or her opinions and arguments. I suggest that deliberations involve several components. You should each think for yourself about the evidence and the law. You should speak up and let your fellow jurors know your opinions, views, and positions. You should listen carefully and keep an open mind as to what your fellow jurors have to say. And you should make every reasonable effort to reach a unanimous agreement. The verdict that you reach must be a unanimous verdict and represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, all 12 of you must agree on your verdict. As you deliberate, try your best to work out your differences. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you are convinced that the other jurors are right and that your original position was wrong. But do not change your mind just because other jurors see things differently or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be exactly that, your own vote. It is important for you to reach unanimous agreement, but only if you can do so honestly and in good conscience. If any questions concerning the law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the question out and sign and hand it to the court officer. The court officer will bring that to me and I will respond. You should take as much time as you like. You will be given a verdict form to complete. When you have arrived at a verdict, let the court officer know, and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render the verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask. The jury foreperson may use the jury verdict form in answering the clerk's questions as to each charge. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to send back one jury verdict form that has each of the charges and a place where you can record what your verdict is. And that document can stay with the jury foreperson when you are brought back into the courtroom, and the jury foreperson will use that to respond to the clerk's questions. Please bear in mind, in your deliberations, there can be no communications with anyone other than the other deliberating jurors in the case or the bailiff. You are not to use your cell phones or smartphones to communicate with anyone, check email, or use the internet. Your verdict in this case must be based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I have explained it to you. We will now select the alternates and the jury foreperson. So the first alternate will be juror number 9. So juror number 9 will be our first alternate. Second alternate Juror number 4. The third alternate, juror number 5. Fourth alternate, juror number 1. And finally, fifth alternate will be juror number 15. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to pick the jury foreperson. Juror number 2. Are you willing to serve as the foreperson? Yes? Okay, very good. All right. Let me just say the alternates, those of you who are selected as alternates, will be taken to a separate location. You are not to discuss the case. You are not to read anything about the case. You are not to look at any media, do any research. All the same rules that applied before still apply to you now. There are times when we do need to use one or more alternates for purposes of deliberations. So it is critically important that you're not discussing the case with each other or with anybody else. You're not to do any independent research. Don't look anybody up. You are under sort of the same obligations as you were before. In the event that we need to use you for purposes of deliberations, we need to make sure that you haven't discussed the case with anybody or done any independent research. Let me say for the deliberating jurors, we're going to send you back into the deliberation room. You may begin your deliberations whenever you are ready. The exhibits, I explained to you before that the exhibits will go back into the deliberation room. So all of the exhibits, with the exception of just a few, we are not going to send back. We are not going to send back. Was one body worn camera video. If you wish to see that body worn camera video, what we would do is let the court officer know. We would bring you back in and we could show it to you at that time. We're also not going to send back some of the larger, the sheetrock, the rails, and the cooler. Okay. But if you are interested in seeing any of those exhibits, please just let the court officer know and we'll bring you back into the courtroom and you'll be able to view those exhibits if you wish to do so. So the sheetrock, the rails, the cooler are not going to go back into the deliberation room. The body worn camera that you viewed while you were here, that's also not going to go back. But if you wish to view any of those things, please just let the court officer know. We'll bring you back in and we'll do it at that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have accomplished everything out here that we need to accomplish. You've been very, very attentive. I very much appreciate that. I'm now going to let the court officers take the alternates to their location and the jury to the deliberating jurors to the deliberation room. All rise for the jurors, please.
Here we go, guys. Voila. Good Lord. Whew, 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 whew. So I don't know if they'll work through lunch or how that works. I mean, I've seen both where the jury has eaten and had their meal while they continued to deliberate. And then I've also seen them take a break. So it's like, oh my God. So now we're on verdict watch. What do you guys say? What are you guys thinking? What are we going to hear back? And how fast do you think it's going to be? Unreal. Oh, the cops are walking out. You know, it's happened. Oh, my heart is in my stomach. That's how I feel. Are you a little worried? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm feeling is my heart's in my stomach right now. I feel like I might vomit. You know, I guess, I mean, one way he's still in there for 60 years, right? He's still in there for 60 years, but we want justice for Harmony. Like, my God. Yeah, they'll find him guilty, and I'm not even familiar with this case. Yeah, I mean, the closing argument from the state was pretty convincing. Yeah, so am I. I'm not sold state proved without a doubt. Yeah, oh, all that DNA though, right? Doesn't that make some kind of difference? Like all of that DNA. How does that happen and the child is still with us? I don't know how that would go. Oh, it was the cooler. And now we look at the flag. So, ooh la, you guys. It proves that she passed, not how. I mean, that's true. It's true. Yeah, and that's what you're thinking too, Tony, is the fact that he admitted to those other acts is convincing enough that he was also the one that committed that crime. We know she's no longer here. That's all they proved, in my opinion. So you think that all of Kayla's stuff is just no one's going to look at it? You don't think that Kayla was convincing enough? Like literally Pula. So yeah, they did pay attention, you think, to her or didn't? 1 for yes, 2 for no, I guess. There is enough with the DNA and Kayla. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Well, that's the thing. We know she's probably leaving herself out of some pretty... Okay, so 2. You think that because, I mean, it's pretty much a given that she left stuff out. Do you think that it was enough that she is going to be just left out of... Yes, she is. Do you think that, like, what I'm thinking in my head is that she was terrified with that grand jury and still thought she could have repercussions. So that's kind of where my head goes. He admitted, yeah. Yeah. Didn't he admit, or was it just Kevin and Kayla that said that he was causing those bruises? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did say that he disposed of her. Yeah, and same thing, Mel. Doesn't the fact... I know you're not supposed to look at it, but don't you look at it that he wasn't there in court? Like, I know you're not supposed to, but oh. Yeah, Kayla said she's seen it, and Kevin is the one that said that he's seen the bruises on Harmony. And then there is, I can't remember the name right now, the other woman that said that she's seen Kayla black and blue all over the place. Like, I don't see this from their eyes that don't know anything about all the stuff around. Do you think they might believe Kayla? Problem is, it all lays on her testimony. But again, there was Kevin, there was a lot of cops, there was 1%, 100% he's guilty, but I'm not sure if the jury will be convinced enough. Yeah. That's how I see it, Tony. Like, but well, that's it. Like, what I think she's left out is being there for certain things that she didn't want to be incriminated on because she made a plea deal, right? So if she left stuff out, that means that deal was gone. Oh, yeah. I personally think he's guilty, but I also know that I can't prove it. That's true. Logic is not proof. You don't need facts just to be reasonable that he's guilty. That's true. Yeah, that's true too. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really curious. Will they work through lunch or is that like a no thing? I don't know if they do that anymore. Like I remember at one time they used to just bring their meals into the jury room and they would eat and deliberate. But I don't know how that works anymore. Or again, if it's a state to state thing. I can't think on an empty stomach. True. and I'm for sure not talking business while eating. Okay. 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 Yeah, that's what I get too, hangry. I get hangry, a little cranky and a little hungry. Yeah, hangry. If it were being decided by the judge, I might be worried, but these are average people who don't know the law. Yeah. I don't know exactly. This is where logic comes in. Oh, my word. So what do you think, guys? Should we just hang out and see if we get a verdict in the next little while? Or would you like me to just bring up a stream when we get an answer? What do you guys think? What's going on, Lizzie? I don't understand it because instructions clearly stated not to decide on personal. Yeah. Extremely difficult. Logically, yes. Yeah. Logically, from what we know, yes. Yeah, exactly. We're not built like computers. Let me know if you guys want to hang around a little bit and we'll wait for a verdict. So what are you guys thinking? Amanda says, let's hang out. Yeah, it would be awesome to have the quickest verdict ever, 5 minutes. Okay, well, we will chit-chat for a little while and see how it goes. If it was a quick verdict, don't you think the judge would ask them to go back and think about it more like they did do when it's hung jury? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've never heard about them saying go back and rethink that as far as a verdict. Because, I mean, we've seen some really fast verdicts, like 5 minutes. Not maybe in 5 minutes, but we've seen them walk in and walk out very fast. Let's see here. So it says here that on July 22nd, 2004, Nicholas Clive McAllister in New Zealand was acquitted of cultivating cannabis plants at a hearing that lasted 1 minute at Greymouth District Court. There we go. I mean, they just went out and turned around and went back in. It's not as serious as this one, but that's the fastest verdict. Right? Hey, B9, we're on verdict watch. We're just chit-chatting. I better change that. Sorry, guys, I'm just setting this up properly. Okay. Sorry, guys. Oh, looky. Chad Dorman in court, judge to say if alleged confession. Let me see this. Let me looky. Okay. Oh, yes, she did. She got verbal diarrhea again. Didn't hardly speak the whole time except okay. And then closing arguments, she was like, yeah, she babbled. It was like, what? And she just made you cranky listening to her, in my mind. Okay. Got it, Mexi. Thank you so much. Let's see. I saw something about the neighbor security cam caught smoke with the Dulos chimney at the supposed time of deletion. Are they going to? Oh, really? She didn't mention anything about trying to get it dismissed today. She just gave the closing argument, and that was that. It was just very long-winded. You didn't, how do you put it? She just babbled on. It wasn't great. Yep, she did. Yeah, she asked them not to think about it. That's a good question, Tony. What you doing, Jazzy? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, no mention of trying to get it. No, you really didn't miss out on a bunch at all. So yeah, if you want to check it out, it's still on this same stream, so go for it. It like I said, it's long-winded. Now, when the state got up and we got to hear what they had to say, things got a little more interesting. It's like how just use your common sense, and I think we can do this. That's what it was. Thank you. Well said. Just Elaine and her smoke signals. Yeah. Well said. Oh, that's a good question too, Tony. No, but I would imagine not long. May she rest in peace, and may he fry in hell. They're usually pretty quick. Hey, do you have that possibly, Mexi, you could send me? If you have the paperwork or know where it is, I'd love to see that. Yeah, good. Capital. Like, oh my God, that son of a bitch. So let's see here. Now that's this frickin' Butte. That's the one that's charged. So the Amber Alert has been canceled for the 8-month-old baby that went missing in Broward County on Wednesday. So safe. Thank you so much. Ooh, looky. Thanks, Maxie. Yep. Capital M. Equal more than 10, less than 50. Okay, I don't quite know what I'm seeing there, so I'll leave it alone. But yeah, capital M. Son of a bitch. Thank you, Max. So may she rest in peace. There was a vigil last night. And like I said earlier, like once they found her and we kind of got situated in our minds that she's gone, I decompressed last night. I just got away. Put my mind in a different spot. Yeah, he's a snake. Oh, my word. Okay, we're going to take a look over here for a minute. So there is an Amber Alert out for Elijah. I think it's View. He went missing yesterday from Two Rivers, Wisconsin. He's 3-year-old, male, sandy hair, brown, 3 feet at 50 pounds. He was wearing gray sweatpants, long sleeve, dark colored shirt, red and green dinosaur slip-on shoes, and he has a birthmark on his left knee. So this is a child abduction alert and has been issued in Manitowoc County for the following child: Elijah View, age 3 feet 0 inches, 45 pounds. Went missing from Two Rivers. He was last seen. We've got that. So, okay, if you know anything or if you can share this out, it would be wonderful. Let me see here. I'll put it on my wall. So 911 or the Two Rivers Police Department, 844-267-6648. So let's see if we can get some info out. Yeah, Manitowoc. Yeah. So it is Wisconsin. This is in Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Oh, it's not even letting me print it, so very good then. It won't let me share it. I'll find it another way. Yeah. Wisconsin. Manitowoc. Tony. Yes, good to see you, sweet misery. Sorry, I got a little distracted with that. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, guys. Hola. So yeah, Chad Dorman is in court today as well. Am I blocked? No, why? Why would we block you? No. Why did you think that? What happened? We all see you. We only block dickwads. You're not a dickwad. You're a nice person. Oh yeah, it never happened accidentally. Oh yeah. I was on a little streak there. 2 of yous. I felt so bad, but I figured out how to fix it. Just took me a minute for the first one, the second time. But yeah, they were like, oops. And then Tony. Poor Tony. Well, you didn't get blocked. You got like banned for like how long was it, you guys? Yeah, timed out, not banned. You got timed out, but I can't remember for how long. Yeah, pocket. That's a good way to put it. Pocket modding. I like it. Oh, lordy, lordy. You didn't get the boot. You got timed out. You got timed out. You could come back but you got timed out for a certain amount of time. But I can't remember how much. The only ones that have got booted was I booted P9's hubby and I booted Chopper totally by mistake. Yeah, they weren't going to stop. I would pop in there every once in a while. And the day that I got in touch with you, Tony, I had looked through that feed and it was like, oh my God, I couldn't stop laughing at some of the stuff. Like Dandy Drunk called you one time. Oh my God, it was so funny on there. And everybody, we came back with hashtag Tony come back. It was something else. Yeah, they've had their closing arguments. No. Defense had nobody. And yeah, they had closing arguments. Hers was pretty atrocious. And then when you got to the states, it was not too bad. It was a little bit more, there was some zest to it. They've been read their jury instructions and they're deliberating. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the state was immediately feisty. It was like, oh, ho, ho. Yeah. When they came on, it was like right out of the gate, they were like, woo, nice. We hear you. Yeah, hers was not much of an argument. It was just like a long-winded brain fart. In my personal opinion. Yeah. You know, if you are one that really believes that Adam deserves to get what's coming to him, listening to her was like listening to like nails down a chalkboard. It just made you like, ooh la. Made you a little feisty. Yeah, just not much of an argument, right, Tony? Like, Yeah. Chad Daybell pretrial tomorrow. So, and I also see I've got it up top. Lori's in court today too, but I don't know what's happening. I've got it, it's going on, but I haven't looked up there. Are you going? Okay. Yeah, she's in court. Or she was. Let's see how far that went. Are they? Oh, it must have been pretty short. Like 20 minutes, it looks like. No, 20. Yeah, 20 minutes. And then Chad Dorman is also in court. And I don't know how long that is either. Chad Dorman in court, judge to say if alleged confession to deleting his sons can be used in trial. So that is also going on. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, the economy's a mess right now, friend. Chad and Lori, nut jobs? No. Yeah, they're like straight up. Oh, right. I'm gonna be like waiting for water. It's like waiting for water to boil. It's aye aye. I'm hoping it's fast. I mean, but we are using our emotions. We're using everything we've learned over time. I don't know with everything that I've learned about this case that I would be able to go back and feel like just, oh yeah, he's not here. So these people are saying they've never heard of Adam Montgomery in this case. So my nerves are rattling through the discs in my back for this verdict. And defense is going to go over trial with a fine-tooth comb trying to catch Kayla in a lie. Yeah, it's all done. It's all done. We're just waiting for a verdict. Yeah, good things come to those that wait. Well said. No, babble away. That's why we're here. Don't be sorry. That's why we're here. We're here to just talk about what's going on. Chatting is good. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, we love the conversation. Tony, I don't want to wait stomping like a right? Oh, okay. No problem. Perfect. Yeah, come on in. I'm going to go get something done. I have to get done, but keep chatting. I'll be 2 seconds. Hey guys. I'll be popping away every once in a while just to try and get a couple things done. So just if I'm not chatting, doesn't mean we're offline. I'll let you know. I haven't done any kind of home cooking lately, and I thought maybe I'd throw supper in for myself for later. Oh, the monkeys. What a good idea. Might as well keep us entertained. Monkeys with... How come it comes up with monkeys with Down syndrome? What?
Has a monkey problem, and it could in fact be a deadly one. Running loose species of monkeys called the rhesus macaques, and they carry a virus certain to kill anyone who contracts it and fails to get treatment. And tonight in our new Full Circle report, we are giving multiple sides to this developing threat. Our Michael Paluska with how it started and why biologists worry the public is now in danger.
It was crazy, and you really don't know what to do when something like that happens. It seemed like a scene from Jumanji.
It was one of the scariest moments of my life. I had like no other thought other than just get me away from here.
Janie Massarelli and her boyfriend, JC Castillo, visited Silver Springs State Park in Ocala for the glass bottom boats.
Okay.
And the beauty of
I have to say, I was there and it was beautiful. I've been on that little boat, but I had no idea that the monkeys had herpes. Yep, herpes, guys.
the spring-fed river.
They were pretty aggressive.
There's another one.
But in February, they got a close encounter they never expected, facing down a troop of 40 to 50 rhesus macaques on the boardwalk.
And as soon as he turns around and looks at me, he starts charging.
I thought it was gonna reach out and grab me or something. That's why I like jumped to the side because you can see me go off.
I told my student when she said, "Hey, I want to work on these monkeys," I'm like, "Oh boy, this is gonna be okay."
University of Florida biologist Dr. Steve Johnson was part of a group of scientists that studied rhesus macaques inside the park. They estimated that 30% of the monkeys were carriers for the herpes B virus.
And a very small percentage of them shed a potentially lethal herpes virus. It's very low incidence in the population, but the consequences are very, very dire if someone was to get, like, let's say, bitten or scratched.
Okay, do tell me. I still don't know. How the hell did monkeys get herpes? What?
And contracted herpes virus.
If you do get bit, the chances of the person dying are almost 100% if you don't get treated.
Absolutely.
No.
It is a fatal disease. The final stage is when it actually attacks the nerve cells, cause the nerve damage and nerve death.
Infectious disease doctor Sally Alraba says even with modern treatments, 20% of infected patients die.
Like
the virus
what?
ravages the nervous system, even leaving survivors with permanent debilitating side effects.
A paralysis or a seizure disorder, memory problems, or even personality changes.
The monkeys roam this entire state park. It is their habitat, but rarely do they come into contact with humans. Biologists warn that could be changing. There's an estimated 200 monkeys in the park right now, but by 2022, that number could hit 400.
These rhesus macaques are survivors. They are the most widely globally distributed non-human primate. They're smart, they adapt.
The monkeys native to Southeast Asia have made the entire state of Florida their new home. Rogue males on the hunt for new territory break out of the park and have been spotted from Ocala to Key West and the Tampa Bay.
Nothing worse than rogue males. Oh my God. The rogue males. Oh, I know it's not supposed to be funny, but it cracks me up.
Bay Area. A Facebook page with 85,000 likes called The Mystery Monkey of Tampa Bay captivated the nation when a rhesus monkey roamed our area from 2009 to 2012.
Long overdue warning to the residents of St. Petersburg, Florida.
Stephen Colbert even getting into the action with a recurring segment called Monkey on the Lam.
This is Monkey on the Lam.
It is amazing to look.
A monkey on the lamb? Oh my word. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Monkeys on the lamb. Give me a second here.
In our area. In fact, most of them have been spotted in northern St. Johns County. But now News4JAX is hearing reports of monkeys even being spotted in Arlington. Florida Fish and Wildlife, they put out a warning that monkeys have been spotted outside of homes.
And wildlife officials warn the mostly rhesus macaque monkeys may carry diseases, including the herpes B virus. News4JAX reporter Scott Johnson joining us live in St. Johns County, where, Scott, you've been on the hunt for these wild monkeys.
We started investigating when we heard concerns about.
And from what I'm hearing, like, there's a lot of them now. I have a couple pics. I'll find and throw them in Discord from my birthday. We went to Silver Springs, but all I asked for last year was to go see the monkeys. Does she have another one? I did see the one from earlier. Oh, it's batshite crazy. Like, what?
Monkeys in the woods of St. Johns County. Monkeys, maybe with herpes. So, I'm going to take some precautions on this story. The reports have been pouring into local wildlife officials for days. So I went to see if I could find any of these monkeys that have popped up on social media in recent days.
Excuse me, ladies. I'm on Channel 4. Wonder if I could ask you a quick question.
Have you heard about the monkeys in the area? They've been spotted mostly in northern St. Johns County.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about that, or what do you think about those monkeys?
No, we love it. It's awesome.
You like them?
Yeah, I think I think they're just, visiting.
But not everyone is as welcoming to these furry critters you don't expect to find in Florida.
Well, I'll look for them. I won't touch them now. I don't want the herpes.
That brings up the disease risk that fish and wildlife officials are putting out there, that the rhesus macaque monkeys can carry diseases, including the herpes B virus. But you haven't seen any monkeys around?
No.
They have herpes.
Lord. Okay, gotcha. What? Oh, my word. Bad boy, what you
And
gonna
as we
do?
investigated this, we found out the monkeys aren't just in St. John's.
This has got to be birds. I didn't know that there were monkeys in Florida.
Michaela Shrine was recently out fishing in Arlington and noticed noises from trees near Girvin and the Wonderwood Expressway.
I was like, wow, Florida really is wild. But yeah, I was just glad I was in a boat and I wasn't. When I found out that they had herpes, I was glad I was not anywhere near them.
Fish and Wildlife says wild monkeys showed up in Florida in both the 1930s, then again in the 50s and 60s for tourist attractions, and escaped. Another interesting fact to learn, along with the fact that this blue outfit of mine may not be everything I hoped it was. Do you think this suit would protect me from any monkeys with herpes?
No.
No, not really.
No.
And consequently, I ditched the
Oh,
outfit,
my
the protective
Lord.
suit. But here's some tips from Fish and Wildlife. Never approach or offer food to the monkeys. Keep your pets on a leash. Supervise children if they're around. Keep your trash cans covered. And if you're bitten or scratched, the CDC has a number you can call. We posted
a scene from a movie, but this photo is not Photoshop. It is 100% real. It was taken in a Marion County man's backyard.
He's counted at least
50 monkeys there at once, stealing $50 worth of deer food a day. Channel 9's Lawrence Hebrook went out to the property and found out the monkeys are making a mess.
Yeah, there's feces everywhere out here, and the smell is horrendous. He bought this feeder hoping to catch pictures of deer, but he got monkeys instead, and a lot of them. He watched those rhesus macaques climb right up the stand here, come right up to this plate, and spin it around, sending out enough food to feed the whole troop. It's a monkey invasion.
They're vicious. They're extreme. I mean, they get extremely nasty.
Every morning and every night at 7 on the dot, dozens of rhesus macaques turned Brian Pritchard's backyard into a zoo. This feeding frenzy is totally bananas. They've taken more than 250 pounds of deer food from his feeder in the last few days.
Obviously, the monkeys have it down pat. They don't have to wait on it. They climb up the poles and they just sit there and spin it off the plate.
Nearby Silver Spring State Park recently shut down 2 sections because of an increased monkey presence. And this video shows an aggressive troop chasing after a family there last week. Researchers estimate 200 non-native macaques live at the park and confirm many carry the deadly herpes B virus. But Brian's convinced hundreds more are spreading out around the area.
I was standing there and looking out that window and I caught a glimpse of something. Look, there was 15 of them that came out. And they were everywhere, but they kept looking like they could see me or hear me in that shed.
There's no doubt the monkeys are watching. For now, they have the property to themselves. But Brian and his family plan to move into a new home there next week. And he just hopes they don't get too comfortable with his children hanging around.
As long as they don't bother me or my kids, I'm not going to bother them.
This property is 4 miles away from Silver Spring State Park, but a buddy of his lives 20 miles.
Of this. Dozens of monkeys go flying from a tree straight into the river.
Just sounded like war going on back there. I mean, just crazy hooting and hollering and screeching and branches, and it was just the craziest thing I've ever heard.
What you don't see before Matt Schwanke started recording is what he describes as a turf war between 2 bands of the Silver Springs macaques.
One jumped off, and then the male started shaking branches, going up there and shaking branches, trying to shake them off the tree. And then I started recording, and it was the craziest thing.
Folklore suggests the macaques,
like, they're everywhere now. It's raining monkeys.
Were left in the area after the filming of Tarzan Finds a Son in 1939. But according to University of Florida researchers, the primates were brought in years earlier by a local boat tour company as an attraction. While this is a rare sight, a few years ago, a kayaker took this video showing the monkeys jumping into the river just feet away from him. A lot of people go searching for the monkeys, but Schwanke has a warning for anyone planning to get close.
Don't show your teeth. That'll irritate them if they're just doing their own thing and you start making monkey noises and showing your teeth. Obviously, that's going to irritate them, especially if one of the dominant males see you doing that, they're going to throw something at you.
Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Jeez, you guys. Yeah. Unreal. Yeah, they had a turf war. Oh my God. Hang on here. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. No, I could send this into a total different direction. I'm not going to. I'm not taking it where I could. But yeah, the monkeys. I always wanted a monkey. I've always wanted a monkey. Like, I'm really liking those little finger ones now, but I don't know if they got the ERP or not. Yeah. Yeah, don't poke the monkeys. Don't bare your teeth. All different kinds of shite could happen. Like, bad. Can you imagine? I don't know how something like this happens. I'm lost. But I don't think monkeys aren't marsupials. I don't think so. Yeah, I was going to get into the dolphins, but I decided not to. I'll just keep this going straighter than that. We'll save it for a members live. Oh, my sugar gliders. Yes, they're marsupials. Finger monkeys. Yes, they're just tiny little things that they're like a ring, but real. Oh, yeah, mammals. They're a manimal. They're manimals. I love it. But yeah, my sugar gliders, yeah, they are marsupials. Oh, are they marmosets? I should be able to get them in Canada then. I think I can get marmosets. Because we've got marmosets, but they don't look like that at all. Oh, did anyone take notice? I didn't. What time everybody went out to deliberate? I'm not sure. Let me see. Can you imagine somebody ever got a hold of my computer? I've got all of these sick-minded people. Like we've got Brian Koberger, Lori Vallow, Adam Montgomery, Richard Allen. We've got all these different cases. What are you doing? Okay. And then you've got monkeys with herpes. Like, yeah. That's true. One of the court channels should have a timer up. Is there? Oh, whoa. What do we say? What's a quokka? What do we say? Every creator says that. Wonder if are they related to marmosets? Really? I might be able to get one. Oh, damn, look at that thing. Oh, are you kidding me already? The happiest animal on earth, you guys. Take a look at these things. Look at them. Look at this. Trafalgar Tours. Look at them. Like, oh my God. Yes, yes, it is. Thank you very much. Just over here mumbling to myself. I took note of the time. Thank you very much. Oh my God, this sweet. It was me, sweet. It was me, friend. I had my mute on. YouTube short. No, it would be the host. Wow. So yeah, no questions, no movement, no anything. Thanks. Thanks, Tony. Gaitlin Ray? Get her to do this. Gaitlin Ray? Is this who you're talking about? Gaitlin Ray. Gaitlin Ray. It's coming in and out.
Check runny egg. You got runny egg. Good morning.
Mm.
Do you hear the wind? It's windy.
It's not coming in well. Oh. Whoa.
I had.
Sorry, guys, it's breaking up a lot, so I can't give you guys a good view. My hubby said, I guess they had a spider monkey growing up, and he said, no way. Oh, yeah, adorable. Oh, those monkeys with the herp. Oh my God. No. Not a thing for me. No. Yeah, there was that lady that, well, I think he like ate her friend's face off. Yeah, he's got a diaper on. Wowza. That was pretty cute. Sorry it wasn't coming in well. It's true, Tony, what you're saying there. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're cheeky. They're cheeky. Just unreal. Let's see what else we got, guys. Gaitlin Ray. I'm going to check and see, actually. Let's take a look here, guys.
Well, a man is now charged with capital murder in the death of an 11-year-old girl in southeast Texas.
Divers found the body.
Me? Is it me?
Audrey Cunningham yesterday, days after a statewide Amber Alert.
Whoa, what's
was
happening?
Issued. Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger here with more on that investigation. Paige. Yeah.
I didn't think that was me, so maybe I'll have to take a look and see what's going on.
Brennan and Lauren, investigators say they found the girl's body not too far from where she lived. 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham was last seen on Thursday. Authorities issued an Amber Alert for her later that day. She lived in Livingston, which is about 70 miles northeast of Houston. Her family says she had left for school around 7 that morning, but she never made it. Searchers ended up finding her backpack near a river 2 days later. They named 42-year-old Dawn.
So this guy has his previous charge of enticing a child was not on his record. Why? I don't know.
Stephen McDougall as a person of interest. He was a friend of Audrey's family and had been living in a trailer behind the family's home. He was arrested for a separate crime on Friday. While he was in custody, he admitted to police that he had been with the young girl the day she disappeared. That interview, along with cell phone data and video, police say led them to the girl's body in a river.
There were several points of interest that was turned over to us so that we were able to develop, and thank goodness and by the grace of God, one of those places of interest we were able to locate.
McDougal has a lengthy criminal record, including aggravated assault. He was also indicted for indecency with a child, which was later reduced to child enticement after he took a plea deal. Again, jail records show that he was charged with capital murder. Audrey Cunningham's body was sent to the medical examiner to determine how she died.
Okay, guys, are you there? Yeah, let's make sure we're all clear here. I'm going to move myself down here. Okay. Now, this is from Twitter, KPCR2 Bryce Newberry. Breaking. Don Stephen McDougal, capital M charging document reveals 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham's body was tied to a large rock in the Trinity River. Oh. Okay, she was tied to a rock. Oh, the anger right now. Tied to a fucking rock. Trying to wrap my brain around this. You mother trucker. I'll do that right now. I'm vibrating fucking mad. Okay, we're going to go through this in a second. I need to just breathe for a moment. I hope you can get it that way, Mom. If not, just let me know. Okay, I'm going to go through this. Okay, still a no-go. Okay. The affiant being indicted herein as Detective Kayla Hemperly, employed by the Polk County Sheriff's Law Criminal Investigations Division. The affiant, Detective Hemperly, has over 6 years of experience. So I think what we'll do, I want to see. So one, a faint shall show that on the morning of February 15th, 2024, Polk County Sheriff's Office detectives' investigation has revealed that said detective Don Stephen McDougal, along with child victim, left the home of the child victim located on Redacted Drive in Lake Livingston Village subdivision in Livingston, Polk County, Texas. McDougal and the child victim left in McDougal's 2003 Chevrolet Suburban with intent to drop the child victim off at the school bus stop near the entrance of the subdivision. It was discovered the child victim was not at the bus stop when the Livingston ICD bus arrived to the location and discovered that the child did not make it to the Creekside Elementary School that day. The affiant shall show that on February 20th, 2024, 2024, that the body of 11-year-old child victim Audrey Danielle Cunningham was located during the search of the Trinity River. Law enforcement dive team located the child victim's body within the Trinity River near State Highway 59 South at the Polk/San Jacinto County line. I don't know if I'm saying this right, Jacinto County Justice of the Peace C. McGee ordered the child victim's body to be transported to the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsy to determine the cause of death. The affiant shall show Don Stephen McDougal was a friend of the Cunningham family and resided on the property in a cab over a camper. McDougal had access to the interior of the child victim's home. The affiant shall show that the video footage and cell phone data that places McDougal at 3 locations of interest, evidence in connection with defendant and the child victim, was located at 2 of those locations and recovered. One of these locations is the Trinity River near State Highway 59 South, where Audrey's body was later found. And 5, affiant shall show throughout the investigation, investigators were able to determine through cell phone data, video footage, and other forensic evidence that McDougal lied about his whereabouts and activities on the day of February 15th, 2024. 6, affiant shall further show that upon recovery of the child victim's body, law enforcement discovered a large rock tied to the child victim's body. The rope that was used, consistent with the rope that was observed in McDougal's vehicle on a traffic stop 2 days prior. 7, affiant shall further show that through the investigation there is sufficient evidence to show that on the date of February 15th, 2024, said defendant Don Stephen McDougal committed the offense of capital M. You got it? Good job. Thanks. I'm glad, Mom. Yay, yay. So, guys, there's that. Oh, did you? Yeah. Thank you. There they are. Much appreciated. You rock. So I think what we'll do is, yeah, we will. So I did read the one page, but this is the other stuff that we have right now. No bond, zero, nada. Oh my God. Yeah, it's in the documents. What the what? Hola. Okay, so I think what I'll do is this. Okay. So I won't go over what we just went over, but we'll take a look at this other stuff. Don Stephen McDougal. So checked off are you are charged with the offense, see Part B, an affidavit charging you. You have the right to an interpreter if you do not speak or understand English language or have a hearing impairment. You have the right to hire an attorney to represent you. You have the right to have an attorney present during our interview or questioning by peace officers or attorneys representing the state. You have the right to request the appointment of an attorney if you cannot afford one. They will get one for you. You can stay silent. Don't have to make a statement, and you can stop the interview at any time. You have the right to have examining trial in felony cases. He didn't want to sign it, refused to sign, so the witness signed it. No bond. And this is as of today. Okay, this is exactly what I just read. Okay, warrant of arrest, gives his name, and then his credentials are redacted. To any peace officer, the state of Texas, greeting. You are hereby commanded to arrest Don Stephen McDougal if found to be in your county and bring before me, a magistrate in and for Polk County, Texas. Insteader, then and there to answer the state of Texas for any offense against the law of said state, to wit, capital M of a person 10 or 15 years or younger, of which offense Don Stephen McDougal is accused by the written complaint under oath of Detective Kayla Hemperly, filed before me. Herein fail not, but of this writ make due return, showing how you have executed the same. No bond. No bond. So there's the documentation. Absolutely brutal. Unreal, guys. Unreal. Hula. So they are still staring at this is what's going on in the courthouse. That's what's going on there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Unreal. I'm going to go back over here and check something for my own self.
Police have charged that little girl's father with murder. And then we still have not found.
But the murder charge is a major development in a story that we've been.
I'm going to start back.
An arrest in the death of 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery. Police have charged that little girl's father with murder. Investigators say that Adam Montgomery beat his daughter in the head repeatedly and then hid her body, which police still have not found.
But the murder charge is a major development in a story that we've been.
You see, and this is the holdup as far as capital is they have not been able to find anything left of Harmony. And I think Adam pretty much made it that way.
Covering now for almost a year. New at 6, WBZ's Christina Hager just spoke to the couple who adopted Harmony's brother and who say the system failed her.
Adam Montgomery was arrested for the murder of Harmony Montgomery in 2019 and other related charges.
Harmony's father, Adam Montgomery, was arrested last New Year's Eve, later charged with assault for slapping her when she was alive. Today, this new mugshot facing 4 charges.
You see, I mean, he had previous charges of touching her. So if that is the case, why was she not put someplace safe?
Including second-degree murder.
By repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist.
Back in June, police searched the last known address where Harmony lived with her father. Today, they're accusing him of destroying or concealing evidence, abusing Harmony's body, and pressuring his wife, Kayla Montgomery, to allegedly mislead authorities. Harmony's little brother was.
So what do you guys think about that? Do you think that she was to the point where she wasn't even thinking for herself? She had been brought down to that point?
Adopted by a couple now in the Washington, D.C. area. Her brother, named Jameson, started asking questions about her, prompting his new fathers to try to track her down.
No, I look at my son and there's sadness, there's anger. Why did this happen? How did this happen? How did it happen? The system that was supposed to protect my son and his sister failed them. They literally handed.
And that's it. They literally handed her over to this guy. Here you go. And they were perfectly aware. It's not like he didn't have a record at that point.
His sister over to murder.
I ask that in memory of Harmony, that we all make every effort to do something nice for a child today. I know of no other way. I know of no other way to respect and honor this innocent and defenseless child.
Police did not say anything about where Harmony ended up. They are still looking to the public for tips, and there's a $150,000 reward for information.
$150,000 reward. It's just sickening. Yeah, that's the thing is I think, you can get to a point where you've been brought down so badly. Like, I've seen it happen where people I've known have not. It's like they're not even functioning anymore. They're just going by day to keep everything in line, to keep that other person from blowing up, and you really don't want to believe that you could fall for somebody that is this bad, but it happens. No. 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 That Don, ooh la. I mean, that guy's got some big, big issues. He tied her to an effing rock. I'm glad he's in Texas, right? Yeah. You know what, sweet misery? I'm sorry and good on you for getting the hell out. And yeah, I understand. I understand. They do a lot of damage, and unless you've seen it, you've been part of it, it's so hard to understand why people stay in certain situations. But if ever you're in a situation that's abusive, you start to see a totally different side of not only yourself, but you see the world differently all of a sudden, and you're scared, and you don't know if you can do it on your own, and you don't know if you're going to be able to feed your children. It's a scary damn situation to be in. And I'm lucky. I mean, yeah, I've gone through my shite, but I didn't get beat. You know what I mean? And there's so many worse than what I went through. No, we can't fix them. We can't fix them. And they say they need to fix themselves. Well, that's a true statement, but very seldom do they. They just go on to the next person and do the same thing to them. The system is broken, especially protecting children. If you look at some of the sentences these guys get, they fall short of punishment fitting the crime. Yeah. The abuser beats them down so much. Sometimes they lose the ability to make decisions, and they break these women. And that's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens. Good job. Good job. Good job. Well, you found a safe spot to do that, because you're not going to find one person that's involved with this channel that is not supportive, loving, understanding. And a lot of us have gone through our own stuff. So, I mean, we're here to help each other and try and get the word out, that these things do happen. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Indiana, a couple lost their kid because they wouldn't use the proper pronouns for their trans kid. It's a crazy world out there, you know, and we fight every single day. Yeah. Do you, which means if you take care of yourself first, always know you're number one. And it's true, but you know, it's a big climb out of that hole. And that's exactly what you have to do, is start taking care of yourself. That's the first step, is putting yourself number one. Unless you have kids, well, they're one and you're two. But you still take care of yourself to the maximum. You keep yourself around loving people that'll understand, people that don't want to backstab you or whatever it is that society is, society. There's a lot of asses out there. I'm sure I dated most of Canada's assholes when I was a kid because, wow, I didn't have the luck. Actually, it's not that I didn't have the luck. I wasn't smart enough to listen to my common sense. Yes. Yes. I'm just going to see here if we've got any kind of recent updates. But I think everyone's exactly where we are. I always think this is a good one to kind of take a peek at, guys. Let's take a look at this.
Tonight, our first look at body camera video showing the moment police first questioned Adam Montgomery about the disappearance of his daughter, Harmony. The prosecutors now believe that he murdered her.
WBZ obtained some of the evidence that prosecutors have used to build their case, and it shows Harmony's stepmother was the first to tell detectives what happened to the little girl. WBZ's Beth Germano has the evidence and some new information on the case against the stepmother.
Hey, keep your hands where I can see them. What's going on?
He was found sleeping in a car in a Manchester, New Hampshire parking lot on December 31st, 2021, when investigators caught up with Adam Montgomery for the first time.
So yeah, get an idea what this guy his tude was while he's coming out of his home, his car.
Question him about the whereabouts of his daughter, Harmony, who hadn't been seen in 2 years and is now presumed dead.
It just seems a little strange that you don't want to tell us where she is.
All right, I got nothing else to say to you guys.
He repeatedly refused to answer questions in a 45-minute interaction, but did claim she was alive.
Your daughter's alive? Yeah. You're sure? I'm positive. You're swear on your life. I swear on my life.
But the body cam footage later reveals he said Harmony had been picked up by her mother around Thanksgiving in 2019, and he hadn't seen her since. And during a police interrogation following his arrest.
So yeah, there's also this interrogation, and it's the same BS.
Again, he refused to cooperate.
Can you make me a promise? Like man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive? You're going to play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
This week, Adam Montgomery was charged with second-degree murder in the death of the little girl, whose body has never been found.
In the meantime, a plea deal may come next week in 3 charges against Harmony's stepmother, Kayla Montgomery, according to her defense attorney who appeared before a judge at Superior Court here in Manchester today.
Anytime a defendant enters a plea agreement and enters a plea, it's an indication they want to resolve the case.
She's accused of welfare fraud, receiving stolen weapons, and perjury. Court documents now.
Yeah, so they've charged her with perjury because of that. Oh my goodness! The first time she went up and she was against, what was it, the Superior Court that she was in? But she didn't say anything about Adam.
Now also revealed that back in June, Kayla Montgomery told detectives Adam was the murderer and she should lie to police.
Is Kayla Montgomery a key witness in the case against Adam Montgomery?
That's for the state to say. I can't give you an opinion on that.
How and if she helps the case remains to be seen. Beth Germano, WBZ News.
Yeah. POS.
We just turn this on. This is already on video recorded. You all right with that?
Oh, if it does this for any length of time, timeout, we won't.
Try to get this thing. Yeah, we got cigarettes somewhere. So
If you got cigarettes somewhere.
we're working that, okay? Before we have any conversations, I'm just gonna have you read something, okay? And then we'll just go from there. All right, just so you know, because you're under arrest right now, I have to read you this stuff, or you have to read it to me. Again, Detective Riley, Detective Dunleavy.
So again, this is the interview. And I think it's the first interview that he had after being arrested for endangering a child.
It's January 4th, 2022. It's 8:55 p.m. You can read and write English, correct? Okay. So, Adam, I'm going to have you start from there where it says I, and then I'm just going to have you read down. I, Adam Montgomery, silent. So, start from here. I, Adam Montgomery, give the following voluntary statements. Detective Dunleavy, Detective Riley, who has identified himself as a member of the Police Department. He has been involved. I've right to be silent. Anything he's saying can be used against me in the court of law. I'd like to a lawyer for advice before any questioning, and to have one with me during questioning. And before a lawyer, one will be appointed to me by the court. If I decide to answer questions now without my lawyer present, I still have the right to stop answering any time. You understand? Yes. Okay. Do you understand all of these 1 through 5? Yep. Okay. What I'm going to have you do, just initial 1 through 5. That just indicates that you understand what I'm saying, all right? Yep. All right. Can you just read that line? You understand each of these rights? Yep. And you're going to check either yes or no? All right.
Adam must know these words, frontwards, backwards, and somewhere in between.
And then read the next line for me. Are you willing to have each of these rights? And are you willing to waive each of these rights and answer questions? Sure. Okay. Now, Adam, you're just going to sign that line. All right. Appreciate it. Before we go forward, can we get a cigarette in here? So, there's a sensor in there. So I'll work on getting you a cigarette at some point. I can't promise you one right now just because the room we're in, and if this starts going off, I don't want to flood the building. You know what I mean?
It's like they're gonna go off.
That thing will, the sprinkler. So, but at some point we'll work on getting you. I know we have cigarettes in here. I know where they are. Okay, you hear what I'm saying? Do you need a water? You good? Okay. Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Okay. What's not okay?
What's up?
All right. So I'm just gonna ask you some basic questions. You said you can read and write English, correct? All right. Can you just state your full name for me?
Adam Montgomery.
And Adam, what's your birthday?
2290.
And what address are you using to
I'm
call?
not using any.
Okay. What phone number are you using?
I don't have one.
What was the highest level of education?
GED.
Where'd you graduate high school from?
I did. I got a GED.
No, but I know, but like, where'd you get
While I
that?
was incarcerated.
Okay. Right now, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Okay. Do you have any traumatic brain injuries or anything like that? Anything that prohibits you from recalling any memories or anything like that?
Not that I know.
All right. We've met before, right? We met the other day. I know you've had a long time down here. You've kind of been a roller coaster. I'm going to apologize for what happened out there. That's not how I do business, okay? That had nothing to do with me. Those are guys that like to play G.I. Joe, all right? If it had been up to me and I could have gotten a hold of you some way, I would have reached out to you. But you don't have a phone, right?
You guys could have just told my wife she wanted me to come in.
But aren't you not supposed to be talking to your wife?
No, that's bullshit.
It's nothing. You're not supposed to?
No, I can't be.
Thank you. Look at that.
I can't be.
I guess they're going to let you smoke a cigarette. They must have talked to somebody.
So I don't know why who's saying I can't talk to my wife because that's bullshit.
Maybe it's some old paperwork that somebody saw.
Yeah, from last year, but it was over and done with after I got out of jail.
So that's all clear.
DCYF said it was cleared up. The police said it was cleared up. Everybody said it was. They said that there was no contact order between me and her.
Okay, and that's Kate I was talking about. Okay. Well, you know, if that's the case, then that's my fault for maybe not checking a little bit further into it. So I apologize for that. Again, I apologize for the way things went down out there. Like I said, I'm not part of the SWAT team. I don't do that stuff. If I had had a good number for you, I would have just called you in. But I don't have you don't have a phone, you said, right? Okay. So I apologize for that. I do appreciate you being cooperative with me. You've never given me a hard time. I know we've only met a few times, so thank you for that. Let's talk about why we're here to talk.
Tell me what you want to say.
Tell me what you know.
I don't know nothing.
Well, what was our conversation about?
Yeah, he's demanding even here, like, you got to smoke, you got to smoke, got to smoke, get me a smoke, got to smoke. It's just like, what the hell?
The other day.
You said you had a couple questions you wanted to ask me. You asked me the questions.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day? Remember we met? I mean, you remember that was only what, a few days ago, right?
Still waiting, you guys?
We had a lot of worried people and scared people right now in the community. I know you're worried about the well-being of your daughter, and I kind of want to get ahead of this because I don't want you to be painted as a monster.
Well, that's what you guys are already doing.
I am?
We're not doing that. Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
That's what you guys are already trying to do, man.
Explain to me how I'm trying to make you, or whoever is trying to make you out to be a monster. Who's telling you that stuff? Is there somebody from that I work with that told you that? Somebody you're close with, that they told you that?
No.
You sure don't develop a liking for this guy.
But you understand this whole thing.
Hello, JJ.
Would you agree?
Of course. But
so that's why.
No, it's just the way you guys are going about it.
And again,
Yeah,
I don't
not you specifically, but
Right.
yeah, nobody comes out there like that for a second-degree assault charge. Nobody. They're arrested for worse charges. They don't come out and throw fucking flashbangs at my girlfriend's car and ram us into the fucking guardrail. They don't do that
Whoa.
for a second-degree assault charge.
Again, you understand.
He's just a whiny little lala, isn't he? Maybe he shouldn't have deleted his 5-year-old child and things would have been a lot better.
The charges are right.
Second-degree assault, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's also an endangering the welfare charge.
Okay.
And interference with custody. Okay,
So how did I interfere with custody?
So that paperwork that we served you the other day, you remember that?
Okay.
When they were in the alleyway, you remember outside of on Lake Ave?
Yeah.
There's paperwork that you have to comply with. You understand that, right? We had that conversation, did we not? Right? So that's what that's all about.
So second-degree assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Well, explain to me what I'm being charged with it. What the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not. What are you referring to?
Well, you were there, I wasn't, right?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say.
He's not a very likable human or whatever he is.
Like we talked about how we were.
His mannerisms, not that of an innocent person. Yeah. He's such a punk arse. Yeah. Let's hope they get this today. Let's just hope they get this.
Worried about your daughter today, right?
Okay.
You remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation, but right off the rip, with the way you're approaching the conversation, you guys are completely out of line. So
Me?
Yeah.
Do I? In the time you've known me, which
what you just said to me, you guys are completely out of line.
Okay, but so explain to me how are we out of line?
I have nothing to explain.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather explain it so we can make sense of it than just have other people's side of the story? Like, you want to defend yourself and like this picture people are painting of you. Now's your chance, man. Defend
Whose side of the story? Who's telling you these things?
people that were close to you.
Obviously not.
Well, maybe at the time, maybe not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw that reward on the news, right?
No, I did not.
Do you know that the reward is about $40,000 to find where your daughter is right now?
Okay.
When you start throwing money around like that, people come out of the woodwork that you would never expect to do.
Okay.
So, like I said,
You know, you guys, there was so much more on this guy. I don't know why a lot of this was not brought into the trial. Like, we didn't see any footage from this. We didn't see any of the footage from them going to his car. We didn't see any of that. I'm not sure why, because one would think it should have been shown. Did they argue about it and it wasn't allowed? Is that what happened and I missed it?
when I talked to you a few days ago,
Can I have another cigarette?
sure,
Can I have another cigarette?
I kind of told you this thing was going to get a lot bigger.
That's not right.
And we wanted to get ahead of it.
But you're sitting there telling me that right off the rip that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Okay.
You
so if
prick.
your daughter had marks on her at some point when you lived over there,
As
how would you explain those?
How would you know those marks? Well, I would love to know when that marks were there because DCYF came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And we know that they came there.
Right. And closed the case.
Okay. We know that DCYF is the flagship agency in the country.
No, but if there was significant marks like you're referring to, I believe they would have flagged something at that point, and they would have said something. They wouldn't have came there and seen that the kids were well taken care of. All the kids loved being at the house with me.
Whatever.
So let me tell you about what second degree assault is.
Alrighty then. I'm not quite sure what that is all about. Okay. I don't know why that ended up getting cut off, but it did.
Well, Amy, a defendant does not have to be in the courtroom for their trial. They have every right to waive their appearance, but legal experts say this is a very highly unusual move.
Be seated.
Adam Montgomery missing the second day of his murder trial after waiving his right to appear on Friday.
Defendants are not required to attend the trial.
The 34-year-old has only appeared in person.
So yeah, this was how he showed up to court. Right there. Brutal.
And once this week, Tuesday, for jury selection. The following day, while the jury was out of the courtroom, Montgomery appeared via video from the House of Corrections, where he is currently serving time for unrelated weapons charges. Court documents show he refused transport because he was upset about being strip searched.
Obviously, you know, the sheriff's deputies, the jail would not force anybody against their will to appear.
Montgomery also did not appear for witness testimony yesterday and today. The court has sealed his transportation orders for those days, so it's unclear as to exactly why.
Look at that. Look how he walked into court. Did we want to look at that every day anyways? Oh my God. Like what? You POS man.
He is refusing to show.
It could be maybe the defense attorneys themselves suggested it.
LaFrance says there is a chance Montgomery makes an appearance, even possibly taking the stand.
Yeah,
Looking
no.
at the facts that were presented, not facts, but you know, the statement that was made by the defense attorneys in their opening statement, you know, some of what they were saying, it seems to me again that he would need to testify. There's a lot of information there that can't come from anybody else except Adam Montgomery.
And that is basically what it comes down to. He was a no-show for the entire trial, except for his brief appearance at the beginning. And there's nothing pointing to anybody else. It's not pointing to Kayla, not in any way, except that she happened to be there. You know, I think maybe she did help with some things, you know, maybe probably even, but she didn't do this. I don't think she was the one that was like using her fist on children. I'm not going to say she was probably Mother of the Year or anything along those lines, but I mean, my God, look at him. Just amazing. So I am not sure. Let's see. I'm not sure if they go on until 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Oh, so gaggy. So gaggy. I don't know, you guys. I would have thought, I mean, they've had lunch. They've been in there a little bit. Come on out. Let's do this. Let's get him fried. I wish we had that option, you know, but it seems if you don't have bones, they haven't found you. I don't know how that works because all they're kind of missing is the bones. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they probably say, you can't think of that either. Well, yeah. Look at everything that just piles up and piles up and piles up, and it goes, Adam Montgomery, you're going to fry in hell. He's got 60 years for his other charges. And he pled guilty to the 2 charges. And I don't know, did we get how long has he got for those? Because I don't think that's part of the original 60 years for the last stuff, is it? He's not getting out. I mean, he's not getting out. But at the same time, this little girl needs justice, right? Like, somebody has to acknowledge she existed and she passed away. You know what I mean? I was impressed that her bio mom was there. I know a lot of people aren't too fussy on her, but I really think she loved Harmony. I really do. I think her heart's probably broken. And I'm sure, is going to, how are you not going to feel guilt that, your mummying skills were so bad and your addictions were so bad that she was taken from you and given to that? There's going to be guilt, so she'll eat herself up alive. People don't, in my personal opinion, don't need to be picking on her. Crystal, no. Yeah, Crystal. Unreal. And I did see, I think, Kevin at the very, very back of the courtroom at one point. I think. I'm not going to say 1,000%, but I'm pretty sure I had seen Kevin. Oh, yep, nothing happening in the courtroom. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else about his actions. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was heartbreaking watching him. And I think I think he tried. I think you're right. Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. So do you guys think we're going to get a verdict today? It's 3:30 there, I think. What do you think? Because what I'm thinking I might do is end the stream now and just keep my eyes peeled is what I'm thinking of doing. This stream's been 7 hours. So I think that's what I'm going to do is I will just keep myself eyes peeled, and if anything happens, I'll bring it to you right away. There's other things I was going to do today, but I think I'm going to watch for a little bit before I think about that. So guys, that was a long day, but we did it. We got everything in. We got closing arguments. We got jury instructions. We got a little bit of them trying to pull out a cop car where that U-Haul went in. So yeah, we got lots done today. So yeah, I do believe I'm going to leave it there, friends. And yeah, thank you very much for spending the day with me. I appreciate it very, very much. And I'll see you guys in the next one.